esta é a sessão de foto. Venga, papis.
Boa sorte a todos os adversários, a gente tá preparado, a gente tá forte, tá vindo pra conquistar mais um título, se Deus quiser.
Boa sorte também pra geral e como precisar.
I love Indonesia. I love Indonesia.
This is interview station.
Welcome to FFWS. We hope you will enjoy this event.
معكم التيم ديال كلير فيجن. حنا حاليا دابا كنعملوا في الانترفيو ديال التيم ديالنا. كل بلاير شنو كيقول. داز عندنا اللاعب الدوري الكبير، لاعب بروباي اللي تبارك الله راه ما كيعرفش حتى شي واحد من غير نفسه. اندريتد يونس دابا غادي يدوز. خليكم تعيشوا معنا هاد اللحظات هادو ومرحبا بكم معنا.
Semangat terus buat musuh-musuh gua.
Semangat juga buat musuhnya. Buat musuh gua kasih yang keras-keras lah.
I hope they qualify to grand final.
Buat tim Indo ya dulu, semoga dua tim Indo lolos lah ke grand final biar di grand finalnya dua tim Indo bisa kasih hasil terbaik lah.
Pesan-pesan buat tim lain, terutama buat tim Vietnam, jangan macem-macem lah datangin di terusan kita. Soalnya kan di Asia kemarin lo udah macem-macem nih beberapa kali di terusan kita. Mungkin kita balas di turnamen ini lah.
Welcome to Booyah.
Welcome to This or That, where your choices decide how ridiculous your game gets. All right, players, here's how it works. You'll make a blind choice, left or right. Each side hides a mystery, and once you've chosen, we'll reveal what you've chosen.
Oke, 1, 2, 3.
Ah, pusing tak terbalik.
Eu não tô entendendo nada.
Calma aí, é gladiador, vai aparecer as armas depois, tá ótimo. Meu Deus, meu Deus.
Nossa, é muito difícil, eu tô correndo no teto, viado.
Gimana ini? Kameranya ngeliat tanah.
Kita sama-sama kebalik aja.
Sama-sama kebalik, oke.
Vem, Lopes, vem.
Nossa, muito ruim. Muito difícil, cara.
Agora vira ao contrário.
É, agora é o contrário, todo mundo. Calma, tá recarregando.
Acerta.
Gue gak bisa cara naiknya, Mal.
Di mode. Itu depan-depan. Mana? Dia mak.
Ayo, tá fácil, tá
Mano, é muito difícil. Mas é muito difícil.
Desce capa
Ele tá roubando, dando carga extra. Não vale carga extra, não.
Curang dia, curang.
Will you marry me?
Yes, I will.
WAG's unstoppable today. Make me look like a champion.
You guys sound like you already won.
They always do until the real match starts.
World champs. You already know the history.
You hear that? That's what number one sounds like.
Everyone talks, but we show up. Every finals, every stage, that's what real giants do.
Giants? But Saudi Arabia doesn't need giants. It already has a king. Kings, giants, champions. You all sound like titles really in Talks loud everywhere, but domination, that's silent.
This is my FFWS 2025 Global Finals tier list, focusing on each team's global tournament pedigree and recent performance. Let's roll. Starting with Fluxo, defending world champions with veteran endgame discipline. They don't panic, they punish. Definitely S tier. Evo's Divine's next. World Stage Pedigree, EWC 2025 Champions, and Rasya in full MVP mode. No question, one more S tier. Hotshots Esports from Pakistan land in D tier for now. They earned the slot, but in the global stage, EWC included, they need a portable late game identity fast against the top seeds. Booyah United Esports, two-time world champion, no stranger to the big stage, aggressive on the map and clinical under pressure. A fresh champion finish would cement the aura again, but still, they stand as S tier. WAG go for A tier. Rough Southeast Asia finish this year and nearly missed it, but they got that 2023 Global Top 5 DNA. Veteran core, dangerous one synced. GOW are B tier, Southeast Asia's 7th. Flashes of timing but not enough map-to-map consistency yet. PE Sports, also B tier, Southeast Asia's 8th qualifier. Scrappy, yet they steal space when other hesitates. RQ Kazu is an easy S tier. Last year's global runner-up, EWC Silver, and late zone calls are ice cold, and consistency is carry. E1 Sports slots A tier. Brazil top 3, and 4th at the Worlds in 24. If that version shows up, the podium opens right up. Team Falcons, another S tier. Southeast Asia Fall 2025 champs and EWC 2024 winners. A total point machine with crisp macro, especially with those Guerrero takeover moments. Team Solid stays B tier. Brazil's runner-up, and if their mid-game stops coin flipping, then they start looking like an A. But for now, it's B tier. Heavy is an A tier. Southeast Asia's number 2. Aggressive, confident, and their kill pressure travels if rotation tightens. Rainbow 7, also an A tier. Latam's champs with steady fundamentals. Internationally, they grade mid, but mid can absolutely upset. Nova Legion sits at B tier as Latin America's runner-up, solid regional form, global read is still pending. AG Global gets B tier. They do have time mechanics, but would swing a decision. On a good day though, they would grief your favorites. Red Hawks, your Bangladesh champs with raw aggression from dominant local run. This is the first true global test after EWC. For now, they get C tier. Clear Vision Esports, also C tier. MEA's champs whose style fits a format, though cross-region sample is thin, so we're betting on wildcard energy. Redcliffe closes us out on D tier. For Bangladesh runner-up, the goals are simple for now. Survive mid-game cleanly, cash out late zones, and build that reputation. Alright, that's the list. Why don't you drop your S tier in the comment and tell me who I overrated? Before we proceed any further, hit like, subscribe, and if you disagree with any of these, drop your argument below. Just keep it tight, keep it civil, and I might change my mind.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Right from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, nada, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping. And I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher.
Every region has written its story. Every player has bled for a dream. Now the stage isn't just a battleground, it's destiny. The world's elite have gathered once again, and a new champion is about to rise. 5 names echo louder than the rest: EVOS, Buriram, Falcons, RRQ, Fluxo. Different lands, different styles, one goal: glory, the kind that never fades. EVOs play the game like a storm, fast, relentless, impossible to stop once they move. Across the field, Buriram United answers with control and composure. They read the map like a book and close every door before danger arrives. Falcons, quiet until it matters. They plan, they wait, then strike with the accuracy of a heartbeat. RQ, meanwhile, thrives in chaos. Fearless, ruthless, beautiful to watch when they go all in. And there's Fluxo, Brazil's beating heart, a team built on passion, raised by a region that lives for free fire. Every fight they win feels personal. Every drop they take shakes the arena. History follows them, and they're ready to add one more chapter. Beyond the spotlight, dark horses sharpen their blades. From the Middle East and Africa, teams that never back down, even when outnumbered. From Bangladesh, creativity and chaos rolled into one unpredictable style. Vietnam, talented, disciplined, still chasing that perfect plan to reach the final. And LATAM, the land of raw talent, GamesKing and company now face the moment they've trained their whole lives for. Stats speak, eliminations, total points, placement, yet they never capture courage, timing, or instinct. The truth is, the finals rewrite every number anyway. One tournament, one crown. When the circle closes and the last bullet lands, we'll witness the birth of a new legend. Who will strike hardest? Who will rise as the next world champion?
Welcome to
Booyah all access.
Hi guys, Baku, Baitoman.
Allahu Akbar.
Saudi is the best, inshallah.
We're gonna win.
Hello guys, welcome to the photo session. With me, this is RC Fahim. I am RC Rex. Our one player is doing makeup for the photo shoot. This is RC Ashik. He is our leader of RC.
Estamos aquí en el Media Day, en la sesión de fotos. Bueno, la estamos pasando súper bien.
Hola gente, sigo apoyando a Latam y vamos por esta copa.
Esta es la sesión de foto. Venga, papis.
Boa sorte a todos os adversários, a gente está preparado, a gente está forte, está vindo para conquistar mais um título, se Deus quiser.
Boa sorte também para geral e como precisar.
I love Indonesia. I love Indonesia.
This is interview station.
Welcome to FFWS. We hope you will enjoy this event.
معكم التيم ديال كلير فيجن. حنا حاليا دابا كنعملوا في الانترفيو ديال التيم ديالنا. كل بلاير شنو كيقول. داز عندنا اللاعب الدولي الكبير، لاعب بروباي اللي تبارك الله راه ما كيعرف حتى شي واحد من غير نفسه. اندريتد يونس دابا غادي يدوز. خليكم تعيشوا معنا هاد اللحظات هادو ومرحبا بكم معنا.
Semangat terus buat musuh-musuh gua.
Semangat juga buat musuhnya. Buat musuh gua kasih yang keras-keras lah.
I hope they qualify to grand final.
Buat tim Indo ya dulu. Semoga dua tim Indo lolos lah ke grand final biar di grand finalnya dua tim Indo bisa kasih hasil terbaik lah.
Pesan-pesan buat tim lain, terutama buat tim Vietnam, jangan macem-macem lah datangin di terusan kita. Soalnya kan di Asia kemarin lo udah macem-macem nih beberapa kali di terusan kita. Mungkin kita balas di turnamen ini lah.
Will you marry me?
Yes, I will.
Masih ada nolot yang datang ke arah seorang dos. Tumbang sudah.
And that's it. Falcon eliminates our argument.
Yang nampaknya bakal dapat kesempatan emas.
Man, WAG's unstoppable today. Make me look like a champion.
You guys sound like you already won. They always do until the real match starts.
World champs. You already know the history.
You hear that? That's what number one sounds like.
Everyone talks, but we show up. Every finals, every stage, that's what real giants do.
Giants? But Saudi Arabia doesn't need giants. It already has a king.
Kings, giants, champions. You all sound like titles you need to Talks loud everywhere, but domination, that's silent.
This is my FFWS 2025 Global Finals tier list, focusing on each team's global tournament pedigree and recent performance. Let's roll. Starting with Fluxo, defending world champions with veteran endgame discipline. They don't panic, they punish. Definitely S tier. Evo's Divines next. World Stage Pedigree, EWC 2025 champions, and Rasya in full MVP mode. No question, one more S tier. Hotshots Esports from Pakistan land in D tier for now. They earned the slot, but in the global stage, EWC included, they need a portable late-game identity fast against the top seeds. Booyah United Esports, two-time world champion, no stranger to the big stage, aggressive on the map and clinical under pressure. A fresh champion finish would cement the aura again, but still, they stand as S tier. WAG go for A tier. Rough Southeast Asia finish this year and nearly missed it, but they got that 2023 Global Top 5 DNA. Veteran core, dangerous one synced. GOW are B tier. Southeast Asia's 7th. Flashes of timing but not enough map-to-map consistency yet. PE Sports also B tier. Southeast Asia's 8th qualifier. Scrappy, yet they steal space when other hesitates. RQ Kazu is an easy S tier. Last year's global runner-up, EWC Silver, and late zone calls are ice cold, and consistency is carry. E1 Sports slots A tier. Brazil top 3, and 4th at the Worlds in 24. If that version shows up, the podium opens right up. Team Falcons, another S tier. Southeast Asia Fall 2025 champs and EWC 2024 winners. A total point machine with crisp macro, especially with those Guerrero takeover moments. Team Solid stays B tier. Brazil's runner-up, and if their mid-game stops coin flipping, then they start looking like an A. But for now, it's B tier. Heavy is an A tier. Southeast Asia's number 2. Aggressive, confident, and their kill pressure travels if rotation tightens. Rainbow 7, also an A tier. Latam's champs with steady fundamentals. Internationally, they grade mid, but mid can absolutely upset. Nova Legion sits at B tier. As Latin America's runner-up, solid regional form, global read is still pending. AG Global gets B tier. They do have time mechanics, but would swing a decision. On a good day though, they would grief your favorites. Red Hawks, your Bangladesh champs with raw aggression from dominant local run. This is the first true global test after EWC. For now, they get C tier. Clear Vision Esports, also C tier. MEA's champs whose style fits a format, though cross-region sample is thin, so we're betting on wildcard energy. Redcliffe closes us out on D tier. For Bangladesh runner-up, the goals are simple for now. Survive mid-game cleanly, cash out late zones, and build that reputation. Alright, that's the list. Why don't you drop your S tier in the comment and tell me who I overrated? Before we proceed any further, hit like, subscribe, and if you disagree with any of these, drop your argument below. Just keep it tight, keep it civil, and I might change my mind.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style, sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, now this Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the composition. Told you go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Verse now. Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes on my condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you high. Got it, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the composition. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher.
Host country, is Indonesia cursed? Brazil peaked last year? Thailand ways over? Vietnam? Bangladesh? Just a bunch of nobodies. Everyone is just so busy doubting.
Good. Doubts are meant to be crushed and they have everything left to prove.
Who's gonna lift the trophy this year?
Oh my god, we were just talking about cute guys. This is way too early.
So the face art is more important than the player's skill?
Well, a handsome face can surely boost your confidence. And if you're confident, you can be champions contender.
Champions contender! Let's talk about the defending champions, Flexo.
Lifting the trophy in their home country last year and still dominating Brazil as the region's champions.
Can we see you back to back? Not so fast. Thailand won a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4. Team Falcons are very confident right now. Also, Buriram are strong contenders.
But Team Falcons only finished 8th last year. They are looking very clutch this year though.
Clutch? Maybe. RQ had so many chances to win this year, but it seems like they're so unlucky.
First one to match point, but they never got the Booyah. second at EWC and another second at the Global Finals last year. They have so much to prove, and they surely want to win on home turf this year.
Speaking of home turf, the other Indonesian team, FFWS Global, has their wonder kid, Russia. Fresh off an EWC win, lucky or not, they are gonna want to win in the home ground too this year.
Did anyone expect them to win all the way at the EWC Finals?
What about some underdogs? Vietnam might rise above this year.
Some of them barely qualified to the Global Finals, but Heavy has proved to us that Vietnam is still a force to be reckoned with. They finished second in T-Ball.
Did they get it with luck, skill, or grit?
I think you need all three to be champions. Even luck is needed, so we'll never know. I guess Bangladesh, Latam, EMEA, or even Pakistan might do it this year.
So, what's next then?
I think we're gonna have to see which team will secure top 8 this week, because only those who crush doubts will qualify to the class squad.
Self crush.
And the brightest stars, they'll shine on match day.
Crushed out.
Burn bright.
FFWS 2025 Global Finals is here!
Selamat datang semua! Welcome to Jakarta. We're finally here at the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. My name is Conchita Carolan and I'm super honored to be your host for this tournament. Joining me is someone who knows the fire of this competition well, the one and only Yunsel.
Thank you, Conchita, and the warmest welcome to whoever watching online. Wherever you are in the world, this is it. The wait is finally over. This is where the comfort ends and the battle truly begins.
From 18 of the best teams all around the globe, only 12 will take the stage today. Firstly, we have All Gamers Global locked in and ready to strike.
Up next, Heavy, the Iron Force from Vietnam.
Last year's fourth place, E1 is back for redemption.
A fierce competitor from Vietnam, Go!
Sharp and fearless, this is BE Sports.
Representing Latam, it's movie star R7, rising higher than ever.
From Bangladesh, the pride of the nation, this is Red Hogs.
Solid player, solid game. Make way for Team Solid.
The defending world champions, ready to reign again. This is Fluxo.
The dual mode champions of Southeast Asia, Team Falcons.
Battle tested and stars setted. Let's go, Booyah United Esports!
And finally, unpredictable, untamed, and ready to rumble, WAJ!
All the teams are ready to prove that they belong among the brightest. And this year's team, Crushed Ups, Burn Bright, says it all. Every player carries their own fear, their own hesitation. But champions, they rise above it.
They turn pressures into power and doubts into fools. Only the strongest team will survive from a knockout stage. But wait, before we begin, Conchita, how do we say do your best in Bahasa Indonesia?
Oh, you can say semangat, because semangat actually means keep up the spirit, or you can do it. Can you say that?
All right, let me try. Semangat!
Semangat!
Yeah.
Shall we do it together?
All right.
3?
One.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Semangat! Sounds great! You sound amazing.
Yep. What about time to shine or burn bright?
Oh, we have that as well. You can say waktunya bersinar.
This one sounds hard.
I know.
Waktunya
Waktunya bersinar. Let's say it again together. 1, 2, 3. Waktunya bersinar. There you have it, survivors. To all the players, semangat. Once again, the battlefield awaits. Jakarta is watching and the world is surely watching.
Time to curse out, burn bright. Let's get back to our casters, semangat. The stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. The stage that everyone has been waiting for is finally here. Doubts will be crushed and the teams will be shining brightly at this point. This is the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Mustachio AJ, and we will be your casters for today.
I am not excited. I am over-excited at this point of time. We have been overcharging ourselves, preparing for not just this day, but this very moment where we get to introduce you guys the team, the format, and the kickoff of this whole show, right? Because we don't just jump into play-ins and then straight up the grand finals. We've got a little bit of a group stage, and these teams have got more than a couple of chances to climb up to the top. We are going to see everybody out there in the mix. We've got teams who have been making a lot of noise in the comment section, but now we get to see them out there on the battlefield as well, doing what they do best, and we get to see if or not they can walk the talk. Well, technically, they're fans who are doing a lot of the talking. Now, the team has to do the walking. I don't know if they can keep it up, but I hope they absolutely crush the doubts out there. Yes, Red Hawks, I am talking about you. But of course, we have got the tournament timeline coming up for you guys, and we are running through from the 31st of October, that is today, all the way to the 9th of November for the knockout stage, where we will be dividing the 18 teams that are in here for Battle Royale into 3 groups of 6 that you will see later on. And of course, the grand finals coming up for you guys on the 15th. But there's not just one grand finals, there's 2 back-to-back days, because we also have Clash Squad coming up, but more on that later on.
Yeah, definitely. And as you did mention, we do have 3 groups similar to what we've seen in most tournaments that we have in Free Fire. And Group A, B, or A, B, C, and AC would be the rotation that we have. It's not in a particular order. It would be randomized for the 2 weekends that we will be having the knockout stage. But for the 12 teams that will be coming up on top, that's where we beat them on 15th of November. So I'm really excited for that to happen, to see, as it had mentioned, who's going to walk the talk or walk the talk the comment section has been throwing out in there, because this is what at stake, AJ. That's $300,000 for the champion.
Yeah, absolutely stacked with the prize pool here. Everybody wants the biggest slice of the pie, but can you digest it all? Can you survive long enough to the very final day for the final battle? And of course, even when we get there, you gotta deal with Champion Rush, baby. The point system, as usual, you hit the Booyah, you walk away with 12 points, 9 points for second place, you minus off 1 point for each consecutive position, but 11th and 12th placement gets you no placement points at all. You can buffer yourself with those eliminations. Every elimination gets you 1 point. Tiebreaker rules, on the other hand, goes by the number of Booyahs, followed by the total number of eliminations, as well as the ranking in the final game.
Yeah, and also we still have the unique active skill available, and I'm really excited on how the teams are going to use this, because we do have a new skills available in the game, which is Nero. So let's see if that is something that the teams will be putting in on their gameplay, because I played Battle Royale and I am loving that cryo mine that Nero is bringing in. But it still depends on the game style or the play style of the teams right now, and that's what they're going to use in these matches. But speaking of matches, this is the schedule that we have. We're going to start it off with Alpine. Purgatory will follow, and then Kalahari, and then the second half would be Bermuda, Nextera, as well as Lara.
This is insane, man. On the very first day, we are keeping the trump card map for the final bout on game number 6. So Lara is a map where we've seen all the regions not many of them have found full mastery on this map just yet. It's still a coin toss as to who's going to be able to dominate it. Yes, there are some outlier squads, which we'll not mention now just yet because we want to see how they fare against each other on the international stage. But of course, later on down in the competition, we'll be breaking that down a little bit more for you guys as well. Let's take a look at everything out there later on as far as the teams as well as their lineups are concerned. Because of course, we've got 18 squads here for the Global Finals, but only 12 will be in performance today. Once again, we only have Groups A versus C today. Group B will be taking their rest. And this is a huge, huge factor that might benefit those teams tomorrow, Nev.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, day one, most of the time is scrappy, and those who are resting have the opportunity to study their opponent. So we're going to see in a bit which are the teams that will be playing, and hopefully those that you are cheering is on there. But if your favorites are not in the list, hopefully still hang with us because I'm pretty sure you want to see the gameplay of these teams. We start off with Team Falcons, Red Hawks, Team Solid, GOW, PE Sports, Booyah United Esports, Fluxo, Mobistar R7, Team Heavy, AG Global, E1 Sports, and WAG.
Many heavy hitters out there, many popular names as well. Today we are starting with teams that will definitely be dragging in the crowd. So hello to everybody watching from all around the world. We've got our eyes on teams like Fluxo, teams like E1 Sports. We've got Team Solid out there. And obviously the Southeast Asian teams are going to be making a lot of noise. But in the comments section, I know one nation, one squad, Red Hawks. We have been waiting for a long time to see players like Kutush, Blade, Nejad, as well as Flicker out there doing their best. A little bit of a teaser at EWC, but this time I think they have gotten a taste of what they're dealing with, and they've gone back and they have prepared well for today and for the whole competition. I'm looking to seeing Red Hawks play their best game out there today. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are trying to emulate what Southeast Asia has been bringing into the mix, but how can they fare? Especially if Booyah United is in play. And did mention about Fluxo, who is our current defending champions for the Global Finals. So both of them are on this page. We also have Mobistar, R7, and EWC, as I did mention, showed up in a great fashion. And hopefully PE Sports will not be left out as well, because it's been a while that when we saw PE Sports in the global stage, and hopefully they will be motivated to rank up and move up into leaderboard early as this.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, just on that page alone, we see so many players who have had the experience playing on the global stage in the past. But also, what we see in front of us, many players from Vietnam. For the first time ever, we've got 4 squads qualifying from Vietnam. They've got the most number of teams, most number of players here in the global finals. I'm very curious to see how they do overall. Unfortunately, they won't be able to help each other out. It's still going to be a slugfest. But we have to also focus on another factor, Neptune. Yes, we've got the individual teams, but now there's a little bit of a tiff, a little bit of a struggle within the comment section all over the world. Which part of the world is better? Is East the best, or will the West find or manage to best the East at the end of the day? You look at the Eastern powerhouses, you've got teams like Booyah, Falcon, AG Global, WAG, and then you look at the Western powerhouses, you've got Fluxo, you've got Team Solid, E1, R7. I mean, it's going to be explosive out there when we start this match.
Yeah, exactly. It's more of the quantity that we have in the East right now, and hopefully they will also show up with the quality. But when we look at those from the West, like, we've seen great quality out of them despite of not having that much numbers in terms of teams. So that would tip the balance a little bit on that battle of East and West. But I want to see more. I want to see West defend their champion and also their prestige all over this game, because so far, even for the videos that we've seen earlier, there's a lot of banter that is being thrown right now, and hopefully they can live up to that.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, we have got a little bit of a teaser for all of you guys in a little bit coming up. It is called the Room of Pressure. How much of pressure we throw at these players? Well, you guys will see in a little bit. Neptune and I will catch up with you in a bit.
From the east to the west, two regions collide under the same flame. One plays for pride, the other for legacy. Inside this room of pressure, only one truth remains. Those who crash doubts burn bright.
พวกเราจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองด้วยผลงาน
Eu já ganhei 2 mundiais para o Brasil e o terceiro está próximo.
Khi chúng tôi đánh bại bạn, bạn sẽ nhớ tới Việt Nam.
Latam siempre se pone nervioso, no esta vez.
Bốn đội Việt Nam đã làm được điều đó và đó không phải là một sự trùng hợp.
Estamos hartos de ser la sombra de Brasil, ahora somos Latam.
ถึงเวลาเอาแชมป์โลกกลับบ้านแล้วครับ
O leste fala sobre legado, mas o oeste escreve história.
They entered with pressure. They'll leave with fire. From east to west, which region will burn the brightest? We shall see.
Love that. The room of pressure we're in. Everyone needs to be hyper-focused just in what's in front of them and not look around on what is being thrown around them. Again, it's a great metaphor that the room pressure has. All of those trash talk, everything that is being thrown at you, all surrounding you, that would depend on what your focus is. If you just have your eyes in front, then all those pressure will be left behind, and all you have to do is take that victory.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The East versus the West. That's exactly what we're going to be looking at for a majority of the competition all throughout. But of course, in the comment section, you guys let us know exactly who do you think is going to be the very best. Are you here for the East? Are you here for the West? If you're from the East and you're supporting the West, let us know as well as vice versa. But you know what? There was a little cookie crumb in there that was dropped that we have to pick up on as well. There's a battle between the East and the West, but LATAM, which is from the West, is also gunning for Brazil. They no longer want to be that backup story. They no longer want to be that second thought, right? They want to take the step forward. They want to lead the West, perhaps even dominate out there for the West. But of course, here are our predictions on who we think are going to dominate today. And it looks like we kind of think alike, at least for that first place step.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Falcons had our eyes, especially from the qualifiers in Southeast Asia fall. But I do believe that Fluxo will be able to put on more prestige in the game. I mean, they are here to show up. They're here to really make sure that the West has a representative all throughout the Grand Finals. And let's not forget Heavy as well. I mean, how they showed up from Southeast Asia is really pristine as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no doubt at all, they are going to go out there and they're going to try to rip things away. But I kind of am a little jealous that you have Fluxo out there. They are most definitely a threatening one, managing to dominate both Battle Royale and Clash Squad in Brazil. And I think that's no joke, right? Yes, Southeast Asia, we know is very dominant, it's very competitive, but so is Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, I really love how when I saw them first, especially in EWC, how they practice, how they motivate themselves, and as well as look forward to each and every game. That's what I really respect about those from Brazil, especially from Fluxo. So I want to see that happen right now and also be emulated by those coming from the East, because I know that there's different tactic, but I guess this is where we stop on doubting and wait for what is up front, because it seems like the battle is ready, AJ, and I'm loving this going to start right now.
Oh, We are shivering, and yes, because it is about to get a little cold out there. What am I talking about? This is just gonna be hot the whole day long. Game number 1 here to open up our global finals knockout stage. Day 1, game 1, Alpine. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, we hope you are ready. We sure as hell hope your favorite team is ready, because it's not going to be an easy one. Neptune, what I want to see at the start of this match is some hot drops.
Oh, let's see if that would happen against some of the teams that are already dropped in, but it seems like Militia will find a few of those engagements where Red Hawks will be fighting against Heavy. And even in Snowfall, we are seeing Brim United being hot dropped by Movistar R7. And I love this storyline coming from both of these sets.
Woohoo! And Red Hawks, they are the one with the first blood on the first game, on the first day. Come on, Bangladesh, this doesn't get better than that. And they are picking on Team Heavy of all squads, Vietnam. Danger is looming ahead of them. But Movistar R7 up against Buriram as well. Della has got the vector in hand. Nejat gets knocked down as well, but Kutrish is there for the backup. Mag 7. Boys get picked up right away. And Heavy, one more survivor, managing to back out of that. Moshi shots up to the top. Hack gets dropped as well. Joker trades one back, but Games King, a sliver of hell. Jonah will be able to drop him as well. And the SMG supremacy. Hax looks like he's the only one still hanging on. Time Turner is there. Get high, just making sure he cleans up house. And the first team to get eliminated is R7. And I want to highlight the fact that we did make sure we hyped up Movistar R7. And when we were hyping them up, when they were speaking those strong words, we showed the elimination feed. They eliminated Buriram United Esports in that hype video. Well, I think revenge is sweet, and it came a little too quick.
You know how it is. Like when Brim United is being put down, they know how to bring themselves up. And speaking of getting up, just a rewind on what happened. Get High is prioritizing, or Brim United is prioritizing on bringing his teammates back up. Thus, they still managed to survive. But E1 right now, it seems like they are taking out Red Hawks, who is the elimination leader at this point. They have all the rooftop cover, and there's no way out for Blade and Nejad.
Yep, okay, the jump pad now used. Nejad tries to get away, but Vinton, sharpshooter AC-80. They try to split up. Blade, one more shot needed. The connection, not perfect. On the landing, pulls out a glue wall. And that's going to keep him safe for the time being. Blade knocked down. Kabi gets a little bit of revenge here for the side of Heavy up against Red Hawks. But Heavy will be able to claim lives on the side of E1 as well. And this has just turned into a 3-way battle, about to become 4-way as WAG hops on into the fray as well.
Yeah, WAG has been waiting in there silently for their opportunity, but they're not out of the woods just yet because we still have Heavy who is rolling around. E1 would need to be careful, and Vidin will be taken down in there, and it is T. Kui managed to knock him down. Now, let's see if WAG can add more to the elimination that they have, but not so much of enemies on the area other than Heavy. And Don't Cry might not be able to survive this just in case WAG sees them healing up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's two ways to look at this. Number one, WAG just saved Heavy from being ran over by E1. Number two, WAG is setting up Heavy to feast on them, rip away some extra points. But here comes Team Solid on the rotation right around Heavy as well. There's a big probability that they get caught off. But Red Hawks, a hot start with the eliminations, but they fizzle out fairly quickly. That's a tad bit unfortunate for Bangladesh.
Let's see though, there you have it. We have Team Solid right now being on a hit list or triggering that hit list as well, so they need to be cautious not to be out in the open. And Launchpad is available for them to get away. Now let's see though as to where they will be placing themselves. They are trying their best to make sure the arsenal is also clear with that binocular. So I guess they do have a lot of openings unless GLW rushes against them.
A weapons arsenal. And a good move here by Team Solid. You need those upgrades for sure. You need those better weapons. And you've got it unlocked fairly early. And WAG might just be in trouble if they decide to drop by and say hello. Team Solid doesn't have a defensive spot. on the outside, playing with fire here if they get caught at the wrong timing. But they do anticipate a squad inside here. You can see with the movements of Nick. Trying to keep an eye on those players. And Nero will show up first in this engagement. But of course, no glue walls brought up just behind that wall. A tad bit unfortunate. It's a little waste off that active skill net.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you have that cryo mind, you'll be able to spot out the enemy, but it doesn't last that long, especially if the opponent will be able to take down that plushie. So I guess they were spotted, but their position was moved very quickly. So I guess that's a reason as well why WAG is moving away. So they don't want to be caught off guard, and they missed one of the players from Team Solid as well. So I guess it's more information, and then that's where they have the confidence. But since they lack that, they're backing out.
Lovely rotation. Now, flanking around from the right-hand side, WAG has managed to unlock the airdrop, but Junpad gets them out of harm's way. And what a beautiful glue wall on the drop. Glue UAV sent out as well, just to make sure that glue wall, that defense is buffed up, and that keeps them safe for the rotation away from the Brazilian squad. But now out in the open, WAG in a little bit of trouble, because their rotation here might just be intercepted by GOW if they are unlucky. And they do use the binoculars to scan on the area towards their right-hand side here. Vending machine, definitely the play for the players of WAG. They've got enough coins to buffer themselves up. They do need those level 3 vests.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to get that for Team Fluxo. They are just hanging back. Not so much of contention, but earlier we saw a little bit of a takedown or elimination coming from them, but they managed to recover that quickly. And it seems like they will need to be, they will be silent all throughout up until mid-game. As we look at the map right now, it seems like there's a lot of hit list being triggered, and that's where everyone will be pushed into.
I mean, you gotta love some information play, bro. GOW up against WAG now. X-Ball flanking around from the right-hand side, trying to make sure as the sniper of the squad, he's got a great vantage point to protect the rest of his team members, as well as get a couple of knocks for WAG. Great position held by X-Ball. RIP spotted out, but patience, triggered discipline from the WAG player.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, only one information, one player to be cited. And if you don't have all position of the players, you won't be able to take them down. There would be a loss, though, because we keep talking about it. A knockdown will not be fulfilled unless it is confirmed. And none from WAG is also on position to be able to confirm those eliminations. And next, we're still in position to go and take the shot. AWN in hand, and Dion almost taken down. If it wasn't for a hop, he could have been down already.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the inhaler and the medkit out there, so nothing much for him to worry about. And none of the other WAG players close enough to take advantage of that initial tag. Ranmo now, RGS-50 going in for the double on those grenades, but the Steffi popped in time, so no damage from grenades. GOW safely make the rotation around to the right-hand side. Tikui now at 590. They burst through those glue walls. Then Deanne gets the first drop onto Vanvo. PLS1 trying to run away. WAG in a lot of trouble. Can he get to a vending machine to at least bring back a couple of players? Inside he goes, but gets caught out by Deanne. GOW ripping apart WAG.
For elimination for GOW, only one remains, but X4 is hiding out. Now, we'll see if he will be able to hide out for long, because there's no way out, because Fluxo is just waiting for them. And it seems like the shot coming from Fluxo would be a saving grace for WAG, but X4 has ran out, and there you have it, GU stealing that away from GOW.
Yeah, the Winchester in hand, managing to take it away from GOW. Extra point for Fluxo, unfortunate for WAG, but what a counter by the players of GOW. Phenomenally played, especially on that right-hand side flank. They knew exactly what was going to be advantages for them. They set it up, and of course, we did see a little bit of a misplay from the players of WAG, kind of miscalculating exactly how GOW was going to rotate in that situation, and overall putting their sniper far away didn't fare well for them at all.
Yeah, I mean, X-Bor was in position. That shot could have been made, and that would be a push for WAG. But unfortunate for them, even the Valiant Dash from Tikoy didn't knock down any of the opponents. But as we look at the map right now, Brim United still on Snowfall. And it seems like they will still be safe. But as we saw in there, AG as well as Team Falcons is in the battle. So let's see who's going to win it. A couple of Winchester from On Fire and Pina that might throw off the gameplay of AG. But let's see if they'll be able to fire back.
Yep, AG under pressure. Falcons, both squads outside the circle, but not too far away from the safe zone. It's taking a little bit of damage, Falcons. Thinking they could bait AG into a little battle outside the zone, but AG was not going to fall for that inside of Forest Red. Circle around, looking for that flank around the right for the next zone as well. No eliminations so far for the side of AG Global. The Southeast Asian teams, at least the ones from Thailand, are trying to play this as quietly as possible until they get a little bit deeper into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, for Brim United, if it wasn't for a hot drop, they might still have 0 elimination at this point. But let's see though, AG, Riptide Rhythm breaks them down, and Team SR is out. Team Solid showing solid gameplay as well as anticipation as to where AG will be landing, and they managed to take a knock.
Yeah, unfortunate. No time turner there on the side of AG. Could have gotten the save on the team member, but now it's going to be trouble time because AG Global needs to figure out how do they get a revival. Do they play a risky maneuver outside the safe zone and hit one of those vending machines, or do they just stick with a 3-man play? Team Solid obviously not going to allow them to move far away from the defensive spot, but GOW is that distraction. The glue UAV pulled out by Demon. Barricades are strengthened. Steffi popped as well. GOW will not be teased by those grenades. Riptide Rhythm now coming out from the side of Team Solid as well to melt down their glue walls. Demon, that nade, still Steffi will protect them. And GOW is dealing very well with Team Solid. AG Global needs to use this opening to get away.
Love the combination that GOW has pulled up. The Steffi plus that glue wall that would help or make sure that the glue wall will not be going down despite of the Riptide Rhythm. Demon with that Valiant Dash, but Demon will be taken down by Guaxa from behind. Rip right now, M79. Let's see if he'll be able to take one shot and bring down Team Solid, but it is a high hopes for him. He's the only one remaining against 4 players of TS.
RIP, he's got the grenade launcher. He needs to make some magic work here. RIP takes himself out instead. I'm not going to make fun of him because it's happened to me as well.
Well,
that's to a lot of us, okay? You guys just don't admit it.
That's one reason I'm not using that weapon, because I'm off angle when I make that shot. But Lao Ho right now being taken down, and Fluxo is taking advantage of their position to go and chase against PE Sports. And as they lost one player, it seems like they are up in the corner right now with nowhere to go out.
Yeah, well defended though by PE Sports, just barricading all of those windows with the glue walls. But Nolan, the timing was off, and the charge buster by GU puts him down onto the ground. Fluxo just waiting for the timing here to hop on in there, pulling out a double glue wall to block off the windows once again, but a mistake by PE Sports. But they still do manage to block off the access by Fluxo. GU really low, but the time turner pulled out in the nick of time. And GU saves the day. PE Sports was so close to annihilating Fluxo, but not a single player from the Brazilian squad was knocked down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a great move coming from Fluxo at that point. Now, let's see on Brim United and Team Falcons. They are just waiting at each other. Not only that, Team Falcons is taking some hits from E1 Sports. I think AG is just keeping themselves silent just to make sure that they will not be distracting anyone from either E1 or Heavy. But Team Solid, I saw them jump in, and I thought they will be targeting Fluxo at this point. But good angle to take, but they need to move because in 15 seconds, the blue will be moving along them.
The East has got quantity here, but the West has got quality. Team Solid as well as Fluxo, but there's a little bit of infighting. Riptide Rhythm sent the way of Team Solid! And Jonah with the double! Gets the 3-pointer, Kobe! Limit taken out of the equation. Pau steals 1 point away, but it doesn't matter. Falcons out of the equation. And now we are left with only 6 squads. MT7, a double knock. Team Solid facing a lot of trouble because of the position that Fluxo holds on to. Heavy pressuring them from the right-hand side as well. This has to be the end for Team Solid.
Let's see. I mean, Traps is trapped in the corner, and Moshi managed to hit him from afar. 5 teams remaining, and Fluxo is still on the run. Glue UAV helping them out to survive, but on the other side, Heavy would be a potential target, and both of E1 and Fluxo is knocking them down.
Dude, the flame zone is just up in the ante here. But look at Buriram circling around from the right-hand side. E1 is still in here as well. How in the world? I did not see them earlier.
Oh, no.
I do not know, but it doesn't matter. They get squashed as well as Buriram rages on. Moshi, Superman on the left-hand side. Fluxo still alive and kicking. A little bit closer to the players of Heavy. 1 gets knocked down. 9 eliminations for the side of Buriram, but just tethering on the very edge of the current zone.
Let's see, don't cry. Might be at a loss right now. Fluxo is behind. Brim is in front. Now it's a team versus team before between East versus West. And let's see who's going to win this. Would it be the defending champion or the one chasing for that crown? Wasan is already down. Jonah managed to take himself out. And Fluxo might be the team to grab the first Booyah in this game.
It's not just the first Booyah, Neptune. A freaking massive Booyah as Moshi gets taken down by Bobs. 17 eliminations was what I last saw, plus a Booyah, 12 points off of placements. The reigning defending champions, technically the back-to-back global champions, have done it again, and they have started off day 1 to get to the top in such a phenomenal fashion.
And one thing I'm seeing from Fluxo at this point is they're not that passive team anymore. They are taking advantage of their position, running against opponent, leaving those gunshots, and just heading towards all those engagement. And that's how they got that 17 elimination. And I am loving this version of Fluxo right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what we needed to see out of Fluxo, the tenacity and the confidence and also the capability. Because yes, we've seen them in the past, and what they have done is mainly stay passive until the very end, and sometimes they would have stayed too silent for too long. They could not catch up. But of course, when it comes to the global finals, the grand finals itself, Fluxo is a different kind of beast. But now we see them bringing out that version of themselves so early in the knockout stage. I'm loving it. This is what we need. This is exactly what all of the other teams need out there as well as a wake-up call.
Yeah, exactly. And then, well, it's even better than coffee to wake us up with Fluxo in the lead. I mean, I'm really loving this turnaround. I mean, game number 1 is just so heated up. It's just so massive. And I was expecting a global final. It would be a slow game because everyone is trying their best to identify where they can rotate safely, but there's no safe space. All they have to do right now is just look for the enemy and trust their instincts.
Yeah, I mean, at that point of time, the final engagement, it was a story called Run, Moshi, Run. But no matter where he ran, no matter what he did, there was just nothing that he could do to save his squad and to get them the Booyah. But you know, valiant effort overall for Buriram to survive long enough to that final circle. But very, very impressive first Booyah of the day, courtesy of our reigning champs. This is ridiculous, man. I mean, look at the number of eliminations on a stage like this. Fluxo's not messing around.
Oh, definitely. I mean, 17 elimination plus that Booyah, it's 29 points already. And what I'm sad about, because we saw Team Falcons being eliminated in there, though they do have placement point, and unfortunately, they don't have any elimination as well. The same goes for Movistar R7. Yes, they grabbed one when they hot dropped Buriram United, but that's it for them in the first game. And hopefully it doesn't affect their motivation as well, because if you're lost after losing out on Buriram United, then that would carry over onto the next game.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think, you know, it's okay because it's just the first day, technically just the first game. They've got 5 more games to find a little bit of adjustment out there. Fingers crossed it's a little bit more kinder to them, the environment. Fingers crossed they don't get those early engagements again, albeit, I have to say, Red Hawks was very impressive up against Heavy at the start of the game. But 29 points, so 17 eliminations was correct. 29 is massive, but Booyah's not too far away. 11 eliminations on the other side for a total of 20 points, including the placements. Heavy still kind of getting up towards the top here because surviving long enough was the name of the game, and Red Hawks just could not finish the job at the start.
Yeah, I mean, I still love seeing Heavy on the top three of this match, but looking at Team Fluxo at this point, they're not going in with the current meta. This is where they are confident, and we saw that confidence onto the game with A124, Skylar, Oscar, as well as Steffi. But the Skylar, it seems like it's being slowed down because of the glue UAV. We've seen that so many instances wherein that could have been a clear out of those glue walls, but that update just gave more opportunity for the teams to stand up.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what we like to see as well, right? 2 players with a team booster, 2 players with a tactical market. They've got a good balance, and if you look at which are the ones bringing in the tactical market, it's the players who are on the back lines, right? And the ones who are on the front, a little bit of an extra boost on their health as they take these very aggressive engagements. I think they've played this out very, very well overall. But MT7 with the 8 eliminations, this is a huge warning to a lot of the other players out there. If you've got a sniper on your side, and I don't know how you're going to detect Fluxo out there, but you better take their sniper out. MT7 has started off the day, and he is rocking it. 9 knockouts, 7 assists, 8 eliminations. Those are some insane stats off of this guy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, close to 5k on the damage. And, well, I know I put a little bit of, well, not hate, but question on Skylar, but it seems like it doesn't matter for MT7. As long as he have the sniper, whether an AC-80, AWM in hand, he can still make those shots. And it's not just from long range. He can make this in the mid-range as well. That is one reason why he is one of the deadliest sniper in the field right now with that Maro, Susie, and Moko as well. A little bit of insurance policy with that Susie that we rarely see that nowadays.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think the Skylar is definitely going to be abused out there, even in this current season, because you've got too many of those buffs coming out for those glue walls, right? You've got the glue UAV, especially right now. You've got everything going in the way of defense, so you need some extra glue wall breakers, which is why I did expect to see more Narrows. Unfortunately, we just saw him appear kind of once, and even that was more of like, getting information gameplay instead of breaking down the defenses of their opponent. But a little circle analysis here. At the very start of the game, Circle 1 itself had a lot of incidents that were not friendly to a couple of squads.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one reason as well why some of the teams have faltered already despite of the prestige they have. One is Movistar R7. Another is, well, not Red Hawks because they managed to get the 4 elimination early on, but what follows is their demise. I'm loving the circle analysis as well.
Yes.
This is one thing that I've been asking and hoping for the longest time, and it's been 4 or 5 years already, and there's more details that we can talk about every time that comes up. But as we look at the highlights, it is more of the in-game engagement, and this is what I'm talking about for Booyah United. The priority is to make sure that their teammates are alive, and Get High was supposed to just go for the pickup, but he saw a few of their players from R7, and that's when they take him down.
And that time turner was a life-saving time turner for Fluxo, because just with one shot off of that M590, you could have taken down 2 players because they only had a sliver of health on themselves, right? And that kind of shows exactly how well put together Team Fluxo is, from the brink of annihilation to shutting down that squad, making it into the final circle, and walking away with the Booyah as well. It's not going to be easy to dethrone Brazil and take this one away from them. I think the other teams are obviously well aware of that, but what can they do with the information, of course, is the biggest question.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of how they can play with that. We've seen a lot of teams who use a lot of skills and utilities to gather all this information. It's more of how they can approach it, and it doesn't show up as quickly compared to what we've seen what Fluxo did. The turnaround, the pickup is quite easy. It looks so easy. Then one reason as well why they dominated that game number 1.
So for the question of East versus West, even though the East has got the numbers, even though we've got the quantity, the West is still proving that they have got the quality. Lesser squads in there overall, but still managing to walk away with a massive game. Then it's kind of a testament to how strong the fight is going to be from the West to keep the crown on their side. I mean, the East technically has enjoyed the crown being on their side, very specifically in Thailand for a long, long time, for many years. So I think it's good for the trophy to spend its, time in the West. What do you guys think, though? Let us know in the comment section whether you think the crown needs to go back to the East as well.
I have a guess on what the comment section will say, but I'm not going to say it. I'm just waiting and watching for that. But you did mention about East and West. And looking at our leaderboard, we have 4 from the West that is playing for today. It's so unfortunate for R7 that they were eliminated early, but the 3 teams out of the 4 is on the top half of our leaderboard. And you did mention about quality, and all of the 3 are coming from Brazil. So it seems like it's not just East, it is Brazil who's dominating that game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, Fluxo at the very top, E1 as well as Team Solid, managing to climb up quite a little bit, but and they are in the double-digit, area, but they do need to climb up a little bit more. I am most impressed, though, Neptune, by Heavy. They got into a very sticky situation early on in the game, and I have to say, if it wasn't for the appearance of WAG, they would have gotten crushed then itself. I think that the distraction surely kind of helped out in that situation. E1 appeared initially, and then, of course, WAG. But overall, Heavy using that situation, getting the revive and getting the hell out of there, and then regrouping together as a squad to get to the final circle, shows you exactly how much these Vietnamese squads have improved over the years.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see if that is something that would show up even more. But looking at what the question right here, will their Clash Squad dominance hold up in Battle Royale? We're talking about the dual mode champion, Red Hawks, Falcons, and Fluxo. And it seems like Fluxo has already put up their name in there for BR. Now, question is, will Falcons and Red Hawks follow through? Because looking at the list, they're at the bottom half.
Yeah, they're definitely the bottom half. But all 3 of these teams, dual mode champions for a good reason. They know how to play a good game of Free Fire. In their own individual regions, they are most definitely beyond champions. They are legends as of this point of time. But when you reach the global finals, when you reach a stage like this, where we throw everybody into a potluck of squads, the story tends to be a little different. And at the moment, the teams with the most amount of experience on a stage like this has managed to climb up the leaderboard. Once again, why I'm so impressed by Heavy, because they are up there together with them.
Again, it's just a turn event for Heavy where what happened in Southeast Asia fall. I mean, that performance was just outstanding. I mean, if there's a better word for it, that's all I can think of. It's outstanding. Even beating those are the top dogs. Yes, they didn't get the champs, but they were in there comparing their previous performance for spring. They just catapulted themselves up in the second place. And I'm loving that version of Heavy. Hopefully that doesn't die down, because you know how it is with Vietnamese team. They move up quickly in the first half and then falter towards the end. And at this level, this is something that is different from what Vietnam has experienced from their recent tournaments.
Yeah, I don't want to see them fall for sure. Because we've got 4 squads out of Vietnam this time around. We want to see something from them. But of course, a quick fun fact about the loadout system. You've got 4 roles to choose from: support for buffs, weapon boost for upgrades, tactic for map control, as well as your leg pocket for extra gear. Every choice can change the fight, and you just saw that in action out there.
Yeah, I'm loving that teams is also already utilizing it to the T, despite of the update just coming up a couple days ago. And that's one thing as well. For those viewers out there who are still not familiar on how the Lotus system working. Hopefully these games would give you an idea, because I tried myself in playing, but I'm still getting slowly getting a hang of it. And when I say slow, like very, very slow.
It's okay. It's an age factor, my friend. this game, although it can be enjoyed by anyone of any age, it caters towards the younger ones a little bit more. Uncle Neptune will have to take a little bit extra time. But of course, I totally agree with you. You know, anything new takes a little while to kind of get used to and to master overall, which is why I love watching all of these esports tournaments where these pro players, I mean, this is their job, this is their life, you know, day in, day out, all they do is free fire, right? Yeah. And if they don't master it and they don't show us, who else will? And no better time for the update, because we get to see it on the global stage, and we kind of get to take a good comparison between the teams from, you know, separate regions. You know, a comparison between the East and the West, whether or not the meta that they think is effective out there is going to be different, or everybody's kind of working around the same thing. Because we just saw Fluxo, they're still sticking to what they're comfortable with. We don't see Nero coming out there, and I don't think that's a huge issue at all, because once again, when we saw them win the World Series with that Riptide rhythm, I believe they were the only ones bringing that Skylar into play, because to every other region, to every other team, they were saying, hey, the Skylar is technically out of meta.
Well, let's see if that's something that they can prove once again. Another fun fact, referring to Falcons double champion at Sea Fall 2025, Keroro said, if winning once was luck, you can't be lucky twice. And I guess they just showed sheer dominance, and it wasn't luck. They won both Battle Royale and Clash Squad.
Red Hawk fans are very happy that Keroro said that, because now they can say that for Red Hawks as well. You know, I tease you guys. I love Red Hawks. I've been waiting for them for a long, long time to make their international debut. We got to see a little bit of a sneak peek up against them. And of course, we get to see them in performance today as well. Once again, a great start, but it fizzled out too early. Luck just wasn't on the side of Red Hawks in this particular start, because even if they were able to manage the situation early on in a decent 4v4, too many teams came rotating into their compound. I think as far as Red Hawks is concerned, they need to start looking for some of these safer drops which are not occupied by any of these other squads, because if they're not prepared for the battle, I usually don't see them hanging around long in the lobby at all. And that's going to be a problem if they don't fix it.
Exactly. I mean, and there's one thing I would want to say, guys, for Red Hawks. Yes, they show dominance in that hot drop, but it's the moving away part that they need to move, that they need to do quite well, because we've seen a lot of teams, they don't, like, especially where 12 teams are still involved or 11 teams are still involved, definitely some of the teams will be hearing those gunshots, waiting for the opportunity. If you spend so much time in engaging in one compound, you will need to anticipate that someone else will be waiting for you. So like, after the engagement, if you win that fight, then just move away. At least one person can move away, and that can be your insurance policy. Not just for Red Hawks, but for everyone else of these teams who's going for the hot engagement for the early games.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we definitely need to look at a few different factors overall as well. But I do want to highlight one thing, right? We've got a few underdogs who are on the rise here. We've highlighted them extensively already. We are talking about the teams out of Vietnam. We're talking about Red Hawks as well. Okay, we also have to throw Red Cliff into the conversation, because many of the fans out there, and even some of the teams that are on that global stage, they kind of feel like these are the teams that are going to be the filler squads. These are the ones who are going to get crushed and thrown down to the bottom. Now, Red Hawks are not doing us fans a big favor by kind of proving that right in the very first game itself, but it's good that they got punished early, because it's all about the rise up to the top. It's all about how you find those adjustments. But it wasn't just Red Hawks that got crushed early. WAG performed, even worse. They only got 2 points out of that game. And wait, let's take a quick pause on that statement. A quick fun fact here. When it comes to age, still at 16, Blade and Kutush are the third and fourth youngest players at the Free Fire World Series 2025. And right behind AJ Chinoy as well as Rasia. Rasia is still the youngest player out there on the stage. Well, technically he's not on the stage right now, but the youngest one out there on this Global Finals.
Yeah, I mean, I got hurt a little bit when it comes to age, but fun fact, Neptune is the oldest caster in the lineup right now. But anyways, I mean, you did see, I mean, we are seeing a lot of potential, especially from Rasia. When he got introduced, that's when Evo Divine just changed, changed their face. And I think it's not just the energy, it's not just the mechanical movement that can be done by young people. It's more of how hungry he was in winning those games. Imagine, even before EWC, he's already part of Evo Divine and he's watching in the background, eager to put himself on that stage. And the moment that he is there, I think he manifested everything that he has achieved so far, even before he stepped on EWC.
Yeah, I mean, there's two types of people when it comes to manifestations. One just wishes, another one wishes and puts in action to get there, and Russia's the latter, right? It's not just about wishing to get up to the top. This kid is divinely blessed with some, I mean, out of this world Free Fire skills. At EWC, if Russia was not there, I do not think they would have become champions, because he was the savior of the squad. Round after rounds, they could have gotten annihilated so early. He kept them alive. He kept them still collecting those points, because there's a big probability that the other teams would catch up, activate Champion Rush, and then sneak it away from EVOS. So they still had to play the game of points by the end of the day. And Russia was the integral piece in that puzzle to keep them still in the competition. And of course, at the end of the day, they still managed to win the whole thing. But yeah, I agree with you. Without him, it would be a little bit difficult for EVOS to dominate overall.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see though. I mean, more of Rasia and Evo Divine later on. Right now, we're heading in onto our next map. It is Purgatory, and well, let's see if neither heaven nor hell will be able to save teams right now, especially for those who have been stuck in the bottom after those early engagement failed.
Absolutely, man. Purgatory time. And like you say, usually neither heaven nor hell, but they're about to get tortured for sure if they get into yet another sticky situation. Those hot drops are unforgiving. And I want to see if or not Red Hawks will make a little bit of an adjustment in terms of how they drop into the map. Maybe avoiding those central areas, picking a little bit of the edges, and Mode House is a perfect option for them. Usually teams do avoid the location of Mode House. It doesn't really serve up the best of defenses. There's just too many, entry points into that area with those zip lines. But they will be sharing a quite close proximity with WAG, which is quite worrying.
Yeah, let's see though of how fast they can move, because looking at the area, it's quite clear, but at this point in Brasilia, R7 will not be in the clear once again. This time, they will be dealing with PE Sports, but not quite sure if they have the weaponry to do so or the position be able to beat them down. But speaking of beating them down, Booyah United beating down GOW2, or one elimination already done, but Dion will be brought back up.
Yeah, I mean, too easy on those revivals so early in the game, as long as you've got a vending machine somewhere around you. But of course, it's a little bit more heated here. Dinoculus used early on. They do spot out that there's still a lot of heat around their area, but it'll take a pause on the fight between Movistar and PE Sports. Checking out Buriram United Esports, a little split up on the battlefield as of this point of time, but nothing for them to be concerned about, as Nero finds hacks with the Vector, gets those connections on. LBD backs away, Trogon in hand, Games King right in front of him. Needs to back up the rest of his team members as Nero now flanks around from the left-hand side, takes the higher ground. Joker meets him halfway. Nolan right behind him. It's a 2v1. And Joker gets caught with his pants down. Great attempt by PE Sports, and the teamwork does get them an extra point.
Yeah, Games King, the only remaining vehicle in hand, but I don't think he'll be able to get away. Shot onto first, and he will be taken out. R7, once again, the first team to be eliminated. It's so unfortunate for them. We've seen the potential from EWC, but it's not showing up this time around.
Stop pissing LATAM off, guys. Okay, they are they are gonna go crazy if this continues. And I don't like their crazy mode, man, because they are such a coin flip out there. There are times where we've seen LATAM play a lot of spoilers in the past, and those are the moments where they're very close to getting eliminated. But then they bring out this beast mode, and that's exactly what's needed for them to stay in the competition. We still do have a little bit of expectations off of them, so let's see in the rest of the 4 games whether or not they do rise up to the top. In the meantime, at Lumber Mill, it's a battle between Heavy and Team Falcons. Kororo getting caught all alone here in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Kororo right now in a 1v2 situation. One of the teammates has been recovered and brought back. Well, let's see if he'll be able to survive, move away, and probably give an opening to On Fire. I think I saw On Fire on the horizon earlier, and this push, this bait might be the saving grace. And there you have it, Kororo, AC80, domination up close and personal, and he might be able to go for the shot the moment that time turner expires. But no, the pickup has been done already, and recovery will follow.
Yeah, I mean, very well played by Kororo there. Sharpshooter for sure. Game of numbers still disabling him. Fantastic save coming on through from Heavy, pulling out the time turner and the glue wall. Kororo, in the meantime, just trying to get as many hits with the M590 up against the time turner, but obviously not the best of ideas there. But Heavy's still facing a lot of pressure as On Fire shows up now.
Yeah, On Fire on 1v2 clutch. Now let's see if he'll be able to do the same on Kabi. Parapal in hand. The revive will be done by Heavy. And, well, that's a hint that On Fire needs to back away. No one's chasing him. Blue UAB to save a little bit more of strength for that blue wall. But Kabi is getting too close.
Uh-oh, this is a big fight. Fluxo up against Buriram. Look at Bobs. He's got the grenade launcher. Can he make good use of it? Wasana M590 goes in for the first rush. Butches in with the beautiful play on the shotgun. Pushes him right out of the situation. But Get High does manage to clip him. He's got the Mag 7 on him still. Oh! Unbelievable early shutdown. Fluxo, the #1 team off of game 1, has gotten eliminated so early by none other than Buriram.
And this is what I'm talking about. You did mention earlier that Buriram United, all the hate, all those talk against them is eating them up. Well, denied of that Booyah. Now they want some payback. But seems like Team Falcons will not be paying back Heavy at this point. There's still a loss, only 1 remaining, and it seems like Heavy has just hunted each and every one from the players of Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the Mag 7 kind of getting the job done there, but it was a beautiful rotation in by Buriram. I think there was just too many seconds of second guessing on the side of Fluxo. They should have definitely used the grenade launcher. The M79 in hand would have, if not stopped, it would have slowed down Buriram, and they could have protected themselves a little bit better. But of course, mistakes are meant to be made early in the knockout stage so that the teams are able to clean up whatever mess that they still have in terms of their rotations as well as their strategy before we get into the grand finals. We've got a total of 36 games, out of which each squad will have to play 24. So 24 games to qualify in the top 12. I think it's more than sufficient. Mistake in one of the 24, nothing much to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, on day 1 and game the first half of the day, I guess. But if you lose out on all the games,
why you cursing them, man?
Bro, I mean, I just want to throw some truth in the battlefield, because we've seen that so many times. Yes, there is some hope, but the moment that they get cursed, and I'm not talking about us cursing them cursing themselves because of all the failures that's not being corrected. But speaking of that, Barros right now taking down Kororo, and we've seen that earlier, that Team Falcons is already lost. It seems like it's still, the curse is still following them.
Yeah, speaking of curse, Valiant dash in, breaking down 2 glue walls and an easy elimination, but On Fire, still on fire, bringing back his team members one after the other. And now the standoff between PE Sports and Team Solid. Waka up on the roof, looking for a little bit of information, but PE does not want to stay and play. Abandoning the vending machine, looking for a rotation towards the left. But there's a big probability here that WAG comes swinging by. This is trouble time for Vietnam. WAG versus PE Sport with a little bit of interference out of Team Solid could just be a possibility.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the noise vehicle might have pull in PE Sports or probably have them on their toes. The same goes for Team Solid. But as you can see the map or the minimap, they are getting close, a little too close for comfort into PE Sports. The same goes for Red Hawks. Hopefully, Red Hawks hang back a little bit because they don't want to be part of this if they want to survive longer unless they have the firepower to do so. But speaking of firepower, like Falcon is feeling all those firepower from the beginning of the game up until now. They're still in trouble.
Yeah, he's got the super med on him though, on fire. Grenade. Okay, it's just a glue wall melter. But nothing much to worry about for now. But you gotta admire how Team Falcons has managed to quickly recover their squad. Everybody's got a little bit on them, but not much of cash because multiple revivals have been pulled so far. AG Global kind of putting themselves in a disadvantage by splitting up here. Limit has to take advantage, but Dew is still alive and kicking. Has got the VSK in hand alongside the Car 98. Deep Freeze will not find anyone. Kororo down to half his health, but has got the time turner to protect himself. A double glue wall pulled up as well. Riptide Rhythm courtesy off limit goes in for the shot. Still not finding any connections onto Team SR. They do have the electrotherapy, but Kororo straight into the fight in a 1v2. Those glue walls get erected. Kororo not giving up with the Mag 7, has the confidence and the rate of fire. Damage is there as well. Breaking down all the defenses is Pina. Valiant Dash takes out those glue walls, but he's all alone. Surviving against two players, and Dew takes the fight straight up against Pina. Survives that. Can he come in clutch? Glue wall erected. Dew back up on his feet. Pina with the Bison, but can't seem to find the access. Puts Dew down once again. But the valiant effort taken out by a double revolver of all things. AG Global smashes Falcons.
I was counting how many knockdowns Kororo has in that play, and seems like that was 5, but unfortunately, there's still Team SR that he didn't touch. And that's another unfortunate play coming from Team Falcons, and AG Global will push through. But will they be able to make the time? We're already close to the 10-minute mark, and it seems like a lot of real stakes are already being taken by the team. And as you look at this view, there's no more that the agent will be able to sell. Whether the land, whether the house, everything is booked.
My goodness me, that battle between AG and Falcons, it was just too hot. And of all weapons, the M1917 coming in clutch at the very end. Imagine having to pull out your secondary, but it was just big brain stuff, right? You run out of bullets, you still need to stay in the fight instead of just running away, reloading. You pull out your secondary. I think the presence of mind there was just supreme on the side of AG Global to manage that situation. They've also gotten a double revival now, so we do expect them back in the fight in a little bit. Heavy, on the other hand, circling in, looking for the zone. But they will have to be careful here because out in the open, if they do get caught by some long-range shots, they'll have to use up a lot of those precious glue walls early.
Yeah, let's see though if they'll be able to use that. But look at Booyah United. They're not rushing, crossing to the river. They do have a launch pad, but where will they land? I think the ridge would be a best option for them. I think that's what they're going to take. But Heavy has spotted them, and shots by Kabi. I think it missed a little bit, but I think with the information that is gathered by Heavy, they might be backing away, taking a few more cover before they go for the fight.
But that was a very good jump pad usage here by Buriram. Granted, we've updated the game. You get to be much more accurate now with your jump pad location and repositioning. But Buriram made the right choice, and that's the biggest factor. Heavy could not take full advantage of it. Clearly, not all of their players playing on the marksmen and the snipers. So, and of all teams, Heavy would not want to make that mistake of engaging early when the lobby still has got 9 squads available as we approach our 12-minute mark.
Well, let's see though. I mean, Dew is flying solo at this point, surrounded by a lot of teams. I guess it's just more information that they need to gather before they take real estate at this point. But shots from Red Hawks Blade right now onto, I believe, is WAG. And, well, that would trigger even E1 Sports to point their guns at them. Now, that's the problem. When you still have a lot of teams remaining in this part of the circle, in this part of or face of the circle, there's a lot of shots that you might receive, and that's not a problem for Booyah United because they are hanging way far away from the rest of the gang.
Flame zone time once again. Riptide Rhythm breaking down. A couple of glue walls up on the roof, but nobody home. GOW though, looking for one. Getting out of bed, so nothing much from that situation. GOW on a little bit of a rotation route to the right-hand side, looking for a good flank. But overall, they've got a very decent spot in this next circle. There's nothing much for them to worry about overall.
Flame zone, looking at it, it's just nostalgic. Remember the danger zone that we had from the past? It is just bringing a lot of memories. But let's see if there's something that they would avert, because all the noise might be distracting as well. It's not just the visuals, it's also the noise, and you might not be able to hear your opponent get closer to you. But Booyah United not phased at all, jumping behind Red Hawks, and I don't think Red Hawks is ready for that push. But unless they will be moving out, that might be it for Red Hawks.
A great position of the glue wall by Nejat. Manages to walk away, but Jonah finding Flicker with the grenade launcher. Blade on for the save. Nejat dropping by as well. Kutush has to use the medkit. Can't get into a fight just yet. And Wasana takes advantage by shooting from the very corner of the window. Hops on in M590. The trade out is there as Flicker finds Wasana, but Jonah does the rest of the damage from outside. Buriram overall getting capped. Unbelievable. As Red Hawks backs away, Buriram goes down. And all of the Bangladeshi fans will say that's what you get when you mess with Red Hawks, but they only have Blade. 3 eliminations in hand. This has to be the end for Red Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, Nero did take him down, but valiant effort from the Red Hawks. Now, a little bit scramble coming from Heavy as well as PE Sports. Both of them move away from the compound, and a little bit of throw of utilities, and PE Sports is feeling it. But Heavy needs to move despite of the glue UAV. There's not so much of help, and Steffi has been triggered. Don't cry, already to rush. And a takedown by Nero once again with M79.
Yeah, Nero just took himself out of the equation there, unfortunately as well, right after the initial connection. And that puts PE in a little bit of a pickle. But thankfully, the final player up on his feet manages to get the final elimination and potentially a save here as well. Lao Ho taken out, so Pao gets that point for the squad. PE Sports will not be able to walk away with the Booyah on this game. But of course, valiant effort to make it all the way in here. Once again, we've got an equal fight between the West and the East as far as squads are concerned. But when you look at the numbers on those squads, the East has no chance of picking up a Booyah here. It's going to be a back-to-back Western gameplay, Western dominance by the start or by the end of this game too, I have to say.
Yeah. Team Solid looking so solid right now, though they lost Nyx. They still have the numbers advantage against E1 and AG, but a shift of the zone might throw them off. And Pao has already taken down 21 glue walls, and there's still a good chance that they will be able to continue this on unless AG Global 2 can heal up, can survive, and get away from those that carnage and take down a few players of Team Solid. But he needs that distance. He needs his long-range weapon. That is what he is best for.
Yeah, and now Diu just needs to play a couple of extra seconds here. Best case scenario, he out-survives one of the 2 squads out there that he's going up against. But Trap quickly repositioning. This is trouble time for Diu. Trap will be able to quickly take him out of the equation with this position that he holds on to now. But Diu moves in a little bit deeper. Potential to spot out Pao. Diu out, has the mini Uzi in hand, gets into the car instead. But spray down, not there. Diu, Liver of Hell, still tries to get away, but Trap with the grenade launcher will take him out. And it is Team Solid picking up the second Booyah here on day 1 for the West. And for the time being, the East is able to smile, but it is the West laughing all the way to the bank, at least a little closer.
Well, Brazil represent. First off was Fluxo, then it was Team Solid. And even E1 Sports survived a little bit longer, so it seems like they will be taking the top board once again. The Booyah being grabbed by Brazil. And I'm just surprised on how this coming up, because from what I remember, Brazil or Latam Brazil, everyone from the West is very much in a passive state, but not this time around. They know how to time their game. They know how to choose their engagement as well. And it seems like they studied a lot of regions to get to where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think Brazil has just been doing a lot of homework because they understand that it is going to be a slugfest out there by the end of the day. If they're not prepared for the fight, they are going to go down without a smile. But for now, Brazil can smile. The West can smile because they are absolutely dominating with consistency. But the question is, it is just the region bringing in the consistency. Granted, we've only gotten 2 games in here so far because if we all remember, Fluxo with a massive Booyah after game 1, this game, they got caught out by Buriram a little bit too early.
Yeah, I mean, though they are number 1, 9-point lead below Buriram United, that's one thing that the United want to reduce the lead between them and Fluxo. But they were not expecting this end result as well as a takedown against them. So let's see though on how high or how low Buriram United has brought themselves after game number 2. But one thing's for sure, Team Solid, after 10 points from game number 1 and a massive game in game number 2, they might be taking over that number 1 spot.
Team Solid, looking solid. That's exactly what we expect out of them, and they're delivering on the expectations. You gotta like it, you gotta love it. But once again, you've got 24 games. If you're one of the teams that has messed up 2 of those matches, you've got 22 more. So it's not about messing up. It's learning from that experience and making sure you've got the capability to bring in the adjustments. Now, on the global stage, that is a little bit easier said than done because even if you know what the adjustments are, even if you go out there with those correct maneuvers, with those correct adjustments, you still got to look at the capability of your opponents on the opposite end. And once again, we're on the world stage. This is not the creme de la creme of a region, of a country. It is the best of the best across the world. And this is as good as it gets, man. Let's take a look at the standings off of that matchup and see exactly how well did the squad do for themselves through those numbers. 23 points in total for Team Solid. So this should get them quite up high on the leaderboard because they were not too far away from the number 1 spot earlier. All Gamers Global, 10 eliminations, 8 placement points for a total of 18, and equalized by E1, who are right behind them as they survived a little longer.
Yeah, well, let's see though. There's a lot more that can be put in, and Heavy right now still on the top 5. I'm loving performance of the team. A lot of elimination, surviving a little bit longer, and I'm quite surprised who is the coach who is taking the lead in Heavy side because they are doing quite well, putting themselves in the 3rd spot after game number 2. Buriram United stick to that number 2 spot, but I did mention Team Solid taking over that number 1 spot because they had 10 points already, plus the Booyah being taken from that Purgatory map.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking really good for Buriram and Heavy. But props to Team Solid jumping up to the number 1 spot. Unfortunate for Fluxo because after performing so well in that first game, they pick nothing up in the second matchup. But looking at how they did at Alpine, we are fairly confident that we can expect a little bit more from them. But overall, Brazil doing very, very well for themselves. Let's take a look a little bit at the team stats here. You've got the combination of Skyler, Steffi, Oscar, A1 to 4. Still no Nero on the side of Brazil. But I am not complaining, right? 3 of them walking in here with the tactical marker as well, Neptune. Only Nick's walking in with the team booster since he's going up and close up against all of his opponents. He's got that extra backup when it comes to the defense out of Joseph, J. Beebs, and Ford. So we kind of see exactly where all of the aggression is coming from. But the MVP, though, is still hacked. He got a triple on that final engagement there earlier.
Yeah, definitely. And I was looking at the skills as well, because yes, the team booster is only being used by Nyx, but Hack has that Olivia. So it counters whatever is missing in terms of the loadout, and he can use tactical market freely at that point. So again, it depends on the play style and the mix and match of skills the loadout and everything else, like plus the weapon. But it brings Hack to a different reign when it comes to taking the lead, because he did mention a triple on that final elimination, and also in terms of damage, he put in a few more, and that's one reason why he is the MVP right now. And his favorite weapon is the M590. We've seen that being used, those swings, those jumps, those hits being done by the Brazilians, and this weapon is just pristine.
Yeah, and like you said, right, he walks in here with the Olivia. He also has Joseph as well as Ford out there. Even though Ford had a little bit of a nerf recently on the OB51 update, these teams are still making him one of their favorite picks. We all understand why. You're going out there, you activate your active skill, you get a little bit of extra boost. You activate the active skill, you refresh the capability out of Ford, so that recovery helps you stay up on your feet a little longer, and clearly it helped out greatly in that final engagement. And let's take a look at the weapon progression here as well for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, as we look in what weapons has been used in Circle 3, we've seen a VSK as well as AC-80. So at this point, you still have distance from the rest of the team. And then as they move into Circle 5, Nyx has switched from the AC-80 to M590, anticipating that close-range encounter would happen, and it's stuck until Circle 6. But Trap right now, using that M79, I'm loving this. We've seen that in the first game up until now, that it can still bring on a lot of damage, especially for teams who's not using that Steffi. So you can take advantage of that if you don't see that gold circle around it. But if it's not available, or if that shows up, then you need to switch weapon.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think, some of the teams have been very proficient on the M79, especially on the global finals. You're going to be expecting a lot of these grenade launches, and both Trap as well as Hack did very, very well in that final circle with these close range weapons, right? You've got the M79 to get an area of, effect damage, as well as the M590 with a little bit of an explosive damage at the very end of the shotgun connections as well. But Buriram did well up until this point when they engaged with Red Hawks. I think Red Hawks were being a little bit too passive in here. But when they stood up and took this fight up against Buriram, my jaw dropped. I could not believe what I was seeing at that point.
Again, from the moment I saw Red Hawks, it seems like the movement is emulated from those like Buriram United in Southeast Asia. So I know that they can move in close quarter. Plus, the update gives you more chances of surviving. The glue UAV, most instance, with the glue UAV out of the picture, those glue walls could have fallen already, and Red Hawks could have been taken out. But probably that is what threw Buriram United off their game for that final moment, giving advantage to Blade to survive even longer.
Yeah, absolutely. E1 did do very well this time around. Both E1 as well as Team Solid in that final circle, kind of making Brazil very, very proud once again, because Brazil's literally carrying the West in this lobby. We all saw what happened to Movistar R7 in the past two matches. They've only managed to pick up 1 point in total, not even 1 point in each match. So Movistar R7 not having a good day at all. It could be the spicy food in Jakarta, or it could just be the first day jitters. We all understand exactly how it is. It's quite nerve-wracking to fly all the way out to another country, to sit down on this massive, beautiful stage and try to do your best against some of the best around the world. So Movistar R7, they haven't found it just yet within themselves, but they've got 4 more games to play recovery.
Yeah, I guess it's the mindset as well that needs to be changed for the side of Movistar R7. If you remember, from the beginning of the game, they are targeting Buriram United, and they did. They managed to at least get knockdowns, and they got eliminated. And I think they're just trying to do the same, catch up with the points, instead of just slowing down. And that's one thing that they need to change. Get that rivalry away up until the moment wherein you're already recovered with the points, and then bring it on. But let's see if that's something that they can do in Kalahari right now, because yes, hot drops is possible, but the long range, the getaway might be difficult because there's so much open area in this map.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I can't wait to see how some of these teams play this recovery on Kalahari. If we're going to take the the data that we have collected from all of the past competitions, throw it out of the window, right? Only because it's the global finals and the heat on the stage is a little bit different. The confidence on the stage as well is a little bit different. We saw how Fluxo could go from that most dominant team with massive eliminations in game 1 to getting nothing in game 2. Things can change around, time and time again. And a quick player quote here as well. When we checked out what Wasana had to say for some of their opponents, actually for Buriram, from time to time, we do have our bad days. Yes, Buriram, we all know that. And if we have to choose a rival at our lowest, it'll be Red Hawks. Hashtag Red Hawks #1. All right. And we understand why he's saying this as well, right? Because the Red Hawk fans are some of the loudest fans we have ever heard, and they are in every single broadcast, every single comment section. But we love you guys for that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Red Hawks #1 coming from Buriram United, and that was a double-edged sword coming from Wasana at that point. But hopefully for those who understood, then you will be getting the picture of what Wasana meant. But for Red Hawks, there's a lot of fans out there really looking forward to them to perform. It's just up to the team. Hopefully, the pressure as well as a little bit of failure that has happened from the past would make them a little bit more hype at this point, because they did move up a little bit after game number 2. And if that progression continues, they might be in the top 4, if not top 5 by the end of the day, unless everyone else follows through.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I'm still waiting for Red Hawks to climb the leaderboard. And by the way, a quick shout out to Bangladesh, Ami Tomake Balobasi. Make sure you hit that like, make sure you share the broadcast as well. Call all of your friends in to see if or not Red Hawks can play a little bit of recovery in the next 4 games. I mean, they did show us a better version of themselves in the second game through the placement points. Eliminations a little bit as well, but it's not enough for me just yet, man.
Yeah, let's see though if that's something that they can change at this point, because we are getting into the heated map of Kalahari, where high ground is important. A long range is even more cautious that need to be taken by the team. But it's more of the drop spot as well. It needs to be considered by everyone at this point. Whether the flight path is fair or offset, they would need to be on their toes, whether they're dropping in on refinery or into the edges of that map. That would be the priority would be on survivability.
And of course, the players all gearing up for this Kalahari drop. Question is, do we see some hot drops? Because when we were looking at the scripts for these teams preparing for the grand finals, quite a number of times Red Hawks as well as Buriram shared the same drop spot. But thank goodness we had those scripts, because it doesn't seem to be happening anymore. I think Red Hawks were like, okay guys, you know what? Let's just respect the Thai Giants and move away. And I think that's faring them quite well so far.
Yeah, there will be a time. There will be a time that they can challenge them the moment that they get a groove on their rotation as well as the opponent's rotation as well. But Trap and Tikui on the standoff, X4 might be able to go for a surprise, but Nyx will be waiting. So I love this patience, the patient gameplay. Time turner a little bit too early, and Tikui receiving a little bit of shots, but not so much of damage though. And again, your weapon as well as your armor is not that high just yet in this first half. Even the backup without its X4 is in trouble. So Team Solid might be winning this time around.
Wow, beautiful backup by Tikui, but he asked for trouble and he received it. Nyx turned around, headshot straight up with that AC-80, and now Nyx has the opportunity to once again focus on X-Ball, but Nyx is not the only one X-Ball has to worry about here. A 2v1 situation, and Nyx should be able to take the final engagement, but X-Ball, unbelievable AUG counter, gets the knockdown. And we also have a little bit of a spot here on Red Hawks, having a little heat out there. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. X-Ball shut down by Hack, who appeared at the nick of time. VSS straight to the head to take the sniper out.
Yeah, nick of time, pun intended, I suppose. Hacks right now, taking down Kutush. The rest of Red Hawks is nowhere to be found. Well, Blade is up top. And a great shot coming from Joker, even before Hacks managed to jump on. Now, let's see though. There's still a few players from Red Hawks right now, but if this continue, if this pattern continue, it might be the end for the team once again in game number 3. So let's see if that's something that they can change from this moment on, or probably later if they get annihilated?
Yeah, Buriram cheated us. Sana cheated us. They told us they love Red Hawks, and now they just took down another one. And we've got a final survivor out of Red Hawks here, the one and only Nejad. Poor guy has to pick up enough coins to bring back all 3 of his team members, or at least find a revival platform to get the deed done. But now, a skirmish between Movistar R7 and Buriram as Captain Jonah goes out for a stroll all alone. Is this a bait? Is he bringing them straight into his squad of Buriram players? You have to wait and see in a little bit, as GOW has a little bit of a standoff here on Refinery as well, up against PE Sports.
Let's see though, it is a Vietnam civil war at this point, and GOW just hanging into the vending machine. Not sure what the plan is right now, but that damage will push them away. Glue, UAV being gun, and Demon will be down. M590 coming from Nolan. LBT will shut down Hands, but the pickup is not possible. Now Rip would be the next target, and the rest of GOW might be going down.
That was one of the best Valiant Dashes 180 M590 connections we have seen in a long, long time. I'm sure he was practicing that quite a number of times. It was too smooth, Neptune. And RIP says RIP to myself as he gets taken out of the equation as well. But GOW still standing. One more survivor. Deanne all alone as he tries to look for a vending machine.
Ooh.
Limit finding Kabi. Falcons up against Team Heavy now. It's not going to be too good for the squad, but as they close in on him to eliminate the player from the lobby, the rest of the Heavy players will be able to spot that out and back away.
Yeah, and GOW would be first team to be taken out. Dealing with Brim United, though, a knockdown has ensued, but no elimination just yet. So Command Post would be the next stop for Brim United after their drop from their initial area. But I'm seeing that Red Hawks is slowly recovering, but compared to that, Team Falcons managed to pay back to what Heavy has done to them from the previous map. So I guess this might be the rise of Team Falcons after a faltering game from the first 2.
Electrotherapy connecting Cypher. Question is, Team SR, very smart play here. Puts down the trip mine, baiting out the WAG players as they quickly flank around. Now giving the vantage point to WAG. This is a very smart play from AG Global, but they put the trip mine on the wrong blue wall, so it's unfortunate. But it's okay. Mistakes happen.
Yeah, definitely. I'm quite surprised though on how WAG and AG Global finds themselves, and Cypher with AC-80 takes down X4. So they lost long range power, and Barros will be able to go for the push, but he is losing Team SR behind him. So he needs to wait, he needs to double back. But PLS won. The divide and conquer approach by AG Global seems to be working.
Yeah, absolutely. AG Global now just circling in. Tikuya, sliver of health, but not a problem at all for these boys. Barros almost got taken down, but did manage to get the elimination first. Red Hawks up against Heavy. Riptide Rhythm from afar. Its team solid, shutting all of them down. And Nejad just brought one player in, has to revive the exact same yet again. Since those 2 players that he did manage to pull the revival on got eliminated, but it looks like he found enough cash once again. Full squad for the Bangladeshi squad.
Yeah, teams are back in play. Now let's see if they can put in themselves in a number for later. Because I'm not forcing Red Hawks to go for the engagement right now. Because it seems like it's a little bit too heated at this point. They need to gear up. They need to be ready before they go for the fight. But Kabi might not be that ready, because it seems like Team Falcons would stop them in their heels. Kabi plus one more, that would spell elimination for the entire Heavy squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's unfortunate because Heavy just keeps being put on the recovery this time around. Just like Red Hawks, I'll have to say. But it's very impressive that Red Hawks have managed to find the full recovery, not once, but 3 times so far, just in this lobby. But now, as we can see, just on the top and right-hand side corner there, AG Global slowly circling in. Nejad has been using that compound to play the revivals, but if he gets caught out, it's going to be a little bit troublesome for the rest of the Red Hawks squad.
Oh, it seems the trouble has found him, and Kutush would be running away. Mammoth would not be a place that you stay. Again, I did mention that the exit strategy is what they need. And Kadush right now with
nicely
to almost be taken down as Team SR, but unfortunately Do has him on his side. But Flicker, as quickly as that, revives him. Another full squad revival.
I mean, very solid play from AG Global. Just going in this buddy system, splitting off the squad of 4, just getting into 2 different smaller combinations. A 2-to-2 combo seems to be working perfectly for them as they flank around. And I think this maneuver has been used multiple times now and has proven to be very effective. Even against Falcons earlier, they managed to effectively do this. So clearly the squad has been practicing this for a while now. AG Global used to be a very soft squad, not looking so anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I heard from Lil Bird that Zoo has relinquished his IGL throne, and it is being taken by Barros, and that gives more chances for him to focus on the sniping. And that's one reason as well why they are looking quite pristine, looking quite well from Southeast Asia Fall up until this moment. So hopefully this continues. I'm loving that page, that phase of AG Global. But for Movistar R7, well, we still need to see them move up because at the bottom is where they are in the leaderboard compared to where they are in the sub.
Yeah, great vantage point for Movistar. A perfect defensive spot for Team Solid in the sub. But that also puts both of these squads in a little bit of an uncomfortable position if the circle drags them away from the sub. Because obviously Movistar R7 will have a great vantage point at the top. Team Solid will have a perfect aim up towards their heads. It's not going to look good for either one of them if the circle is not kind on this next move. Fluxo down at the bottom here. And it looks like they don't have to worry about a lot of these engagements. But again, even if I say that, if they move in towards the players of Movistar R7, they'll have to deal with not just R7 Solid, but also E1. And to make things worse, PE Sports approaching the sub as well.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, all those would be happening in a few seconds. For Heavy, they open up the arsenal, arming themselves a little bit more, but they need to they are tanking the blue as of this moment. I mean, similar to what we've seen some of the teams delaying their approach, and it's still early. 3rd to the 4th would be happening in 15 seconds, so that's where the damage would be even more. But for AG Global, they spot another player from Red Hawks, and Flicker would be revived by Nedshot. But this is what I'm talking about. They keep hanging back on the same spot. Probably it's because of safety. Probably it's because the scout has delivered that there's no opponent. But AG Global is staying back. Just make sure that they have sight on Red Hawk.
Yeah, I thought AG Global made a mistake here because we don't see the 2-to-2 buddy system anymore from AG. Barros is running way too far ahead from the other team members. And getting caught out obviously would not be great for them, but thankfully nobody were spotting out AG Global on that rotation. And now in the flame zone, 2 squads getting caught out. E1 Sports as well as Buriram Jonah gets tagged up a little bit. Captain can play that recovery here, but they are in the next safe zone, so not a lot of rotations needed out of Buriram. But this doesn't look like the safest spot to play because when if the circle moves away from Buriram, they've just got open lands in front of them and a lot of those glue balls have to be used.
Yeah, definitely agree with that, and hopefully they can find their position. But for E1 Sports, the position is the target is on them, especially when they're dealing with Team Solid. But PE Sports is also throwing a few on them, but it needs to finish now. Otherwise, a lot of teams will be stepping in, flying in, similar to what we're seeing Falcons, and that position that with Limit X7 and AWM might be able to take down either E1 Sports or PE in this matter, but they will stay silent at this point, and if they move to the left, it's Buriram United that they will meet.
This is definitely crunch time for the movements. As we mentioned, Buriram, they'll have to deal with a lot of pressure as they look for this next circle if it moves away from them, and unfortunate for Buriram, it does move away towards the sub. E1, lots of pressure onto Fluxo this time around. A little civil war within the Brazilians. And it is Movistar Hacks with massive damage this time around. Movistar, great recovery after getting down early. 2 games in heavy. Facing a little bit of a heavy challenge from the back. The rotation by Falcons, absolutely sublime. Snuffing out 2 of their players, and Don't Cry, about to cry as he drives Mufasa away.
Yeah, it seems like Heavy would be crying a lot because it is Team Falcons who's bringing them down in more instances than one. But very close to PE Sports right now, plus the noise that they made, they will be targeted by a lot of teams. And with that Dreki, as he heals up, Don't Cry would be a target by PE Sports. Booyah United, though, moving on to the left. Team Falcons on the right. E1, well, they are focused on the long range, but I don't think they've spotted Brim just yet. Unless shots will be made, they will be able to squeeze themselves in.
Yeah, Fluxo spotted out by Buriram now. MT7 looking straight at Get High. Get High looking at MT7 and Jonah making one big mistake. Deep Freeze takes him out, and they do not give them an opportunity to recover. And now Wasana under pressure, as well as the Riptide Rhythm breaks down his defenses. R7 Della shuts down Nejat. Redhawks are still alive.
Red Hawk still alive and kicking. Couture, though, almost kicking the bucket. It is Hacks from above. And, well, the sub has been occupied by R7 for long. And, well, it seems like Red Hawks will not surviving that long. Now, for AJ, great position to get away from sights of Movistar R7. But the only question is, how will they move up? Later on, once they step in, especially in those stairs, Team Solid will be waiting for them.
Whoa, Fluxo, early downer once again. I mean, they started off super hot. This could be a plan. Maybe they want to show others that they are maybe not the most fearsome team this time around, until the grand finals, of course. E1 loses their double barricade with those glue walls thanks to a Riptide Rhythm, courtesy of Mr. Joker, who saves another Riptide Rhythm off of his Skylar that has not gone into a cooldown just yet. We'll be able to use it once again from this vantage point on top of the sub, but they'll have to move towards the opposite end of the sub now, using up their glue walls as well. Falcon is rotating down from that lower ground to potentially encounter Buriram, who made a double nader out of the M79 courtesy of Fit in E1 Sports, shuts down Buriram.
Fit XP with a double. Now let's see if they can recover and deal with both Heavy as well as Team Falcons, and including the mix would be PE Sports, a little bit of Glue Wall Melter and Glue UAV as well to protect themselves. But Mufasa would be in trouble in a moment. Riptide Rhythm, but still managed to get away. Unfortunately for Lion, he has been knocked down and there's little to no chance for him to be picked up.
Yeah, this is crazy. E1 about to get down and shut out of the lobby. And that's exactly what happens as Falcons picks up the title of Elimination Leader. Circling in, the circle on the side of Falcons. They have the big advantage here. Full squad as well. Flame zone trouble once again as the players look for a little bit of cover. Solid up against AG Global. They do have the vantage point, but AG very smartly sneaking under the platform to make sure they are not the target of anyone.
I love what AG did. I mean, Glue Wall Melter just on that platform that pushes the teams to move away. And let's see if Team Solid will be able to maintain their flank right now onto PE Sports, because they still have the cover, but compared to where Movistar R7 is positioned, they might be a loss, especially if nades are thrown at them. The shift of the circle, as you did mention, favoring Team Falcons, and they're heading away already, probably gatekeeping the rest of the team. But Joker, a headshot, and it seems to be continuing with.
I see ahead, I take the shot, says Joker. And a great rotation round. Movistar R7 still under a little bit of pressure here because the circle is going to be moving away from them. They pull out the glue UAV to barricade and protect all of their glue walls. Extra bit of defense, leaving Team Solid to shut down PE Sports. AG Global circling into them, and just like that, will eliminate the whole squad of Team Solid. Cypher picking up 2 out of the 3 eliminations. AG Global on a different level at this point of time, looking for PE Sports as well, and a little bit of extra help for their glue walls, but the circle will leave them high and dry. Barras up in the air. He does have a little bit of capability to play this maneuver, but R7 waits them right beyond those defenses.
Yeah, let's see if AG can deal with R7 quickly. Otherwise, Team Falcons might take them down. Sandwich, and between the east and west would be AG Global. And there's no way out other than forward. Now, They are putting in the glue UAV. Not quite sure if that's a good plan because earlier I saw someone trying to break down the glue wall, but it's redeemed by that glue UAV. But still, Riptide Rhythm delaying those breakdown, but still R7 survive as they fall down.
Yeah, I mean, thank God they were in this spot. Early rotation gives the advantage to R7. They played the edge of the cliff perfectly well there, dropping down to the lower ground. But now making their way back up to the top is going to be a little bit of challenge. But Falcons will have to deal with AG Global first. So this is a big advantage to R7. Could we see the West pick up a back-to-back-to-back Booyah here? The first 3 games all for the West. There's no better way to start off this grand finals. AG Global now, this time, get a little bit of a peek at the Falcons players. But how many more glue walls do they have? R7 finally shows up into the fight, and Falcons rotating over towards the left-hand side. AG Global should be able to aim down at them, but R7 helps out Falcons to take down AG Global.
Yeah, it seems like in a bit we'll see R7 going against Team Falcons. It's a 4v4 situation, but the favor is still on Team Falcons. Hacks right now, M590.
The record of the Global Finals for 2025 so far, with the number of points the Team Falcons have picked up for themselves. At the start of this game, Team Falcons were placed 10th on the overall leaderboard. They have only picked up 10 points off of the first 2 games, an average of 5 points per game, but they've definitely increased their average after this match number 3 on Kalahari. Falcons are back, baby.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they know how to get themselves back up despite of how low you push them. Well, let's see though if they'll be able to overtake the ones in the top, because it seems like Team Solid, yes, they were surviving so much longer despite of the pressure coming from above, but the position was not that well. Team Falcon, on the other hand, taking every step up the way, chasing against Heavy, and still managed to get a full squad into the final circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, valiant effort from AG Global overall, but it just wasn't their day, wasn't their game. Specifically, I have to say, as Falcons just had the better spot. And when Falcons tried to rotate away, Movistar R7 started rotating at the same time. That was just a little bit too much of pressure for AG Global to deal with. And to make things worse, instead of AG Global and Falcons focus fire onto the players of Movistar R7, it actually turned on them, and the attention paid to AG Global early by the 2 squads was just absolutely disastrous for them. But of course, Falcons picking up a lot of those eliminations, sneaking those points to themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what they need right now. And we know how it is. Despite of being down in the early parts of the game, they just know how to switch it up. And that's one thing that we ask, like most instances, for the teams that are failing in the first few matches, especially in the knockout stage. And we did mention about like learning from those mistakes, and hopefully a third game, if you still make the same mistake, I don't know what else to say.
Well, it is what it is, man. This is the Global Finals. This is the place where teams make right decisions and teams unfortunately make the wrong decisions. And like we said, even if you do have the right decision in your head, executing out there on the lobby, on the Global Finals is just not an easy task at all. I think the nerves are just on the very edge here, just waiting to break, and it has broken for quite a number of these squads. But it's still very nice to see the recovery from many teams. But this lobby was stupidly difficult, okay? We had the final circle with 6 squads. Bro, how do you even do that? There is just no way. There is no way you get to manage that chaos without breaking, right? And I think the teams that did manage to play that very well on the rotations was Movistar R7. I think their rotations were very timely, and even when they were put in a sticky situation, they still managed to use the terrain to their advantage. Unfortunately, they didn't get the Booyah. I would have loved to see the West pick up 3 in a row to kick off the Global Finals, but the East still has a little bit to say, I guess.
Yeah, let's see though if what else can be done. But in bed, we're going to see the game standings at this point, and we'll be able to anticipate how high the team has moved. 29 solid points coming from Team Falcons with 17 elimination. AG Global did almost the same with 12 elimination, but in terms of placement, they were gunned down before Movistar R7 was dealt with. So they tied it up with 20 points. PE Sports, though we didn't see them that much, but it's only on that final battle where they tried to survive that well. But that's one reason as well why they only got 5 elimination. Quite surprised why Team Solid only had 5 elimination, because they have good cover. It's only R7 that they need to deal with. It's more of how the zone is pushing them, and they couldn't push through against those already in front.
Yeah, my bad, man. I thought they had 18 eliminations to set the record, but unfortunately, they only picked up 7. Look at me saying, unfortunately, they only got 17 eliminations. So they match up to what Fluxo got on that Alpine map to open up the day with 29 points. But of course, this is going to allow Team Falcons to jump up quite a little bit on the overall leaderboard. From the 10th spot, Falcons just launched themselves into the top 3. How insane is that?
Another insane part is Team Fluxo from number 1 being pushed down to 7. And it seems like the East is just catching up. Like, if you even up the numbers, if you average all the numbers, it seems like it's just equal between the East and West right now, because they just know how to get things, turn things around, especially for those at the top of the leaderboard. And AG Global, consistency overall. We've seen the change from Southeast Asia fall, and now it's still following through. Yes, they only get 8 points from Alpine, but when Purgatory happens, they got 18 and then a 20, and it seems like it will keep growing towards the end of the day.
Yeah, and the move to get due away from, calling the in-game maneuvers, I think is a huge deal, right? Because usually there's just too much of responsibility on his shoulders. He can't really focus on being the best sniper out there as the in-game leader. But now I guess he can focus a little bit better, and the rest of the team members kind of feel more comfortable on those rotations as well. You can see that through their movements out there on the battlefield. And then, of course, that launches AG Global up onto the very top. But the team stats of the team that just walked away with a 29-pointer, Booyah. They've got the Chrono, Skylar, Oscar, Tatsuya on the combo here, Neptune.
Yeah, well, loving how both On Fire and Pina is prioritizing on not only being beefed up, especially with Pina, but also with the healing the teammates. Yes, they have the team booster in play, but they can back it up with a passive skill with Olivia in play. So it's not just On Fire. Focusing on being the support, Pina will be there as well, and this helps quite well when you go with that 2-2 split. I mean, you can have Limited 7 from behind as a sniper, and then that would push Pina in the middle to who can move front and back just in case needed, giving more opportunity for Guerrero and On Fire to be in the front line.
And it's important to note as well that they play a double Olivia and a double Shani. It's all about the recovery. It's all about getting that extra layer of shield points on yourself through that Shani, and Olivia just spreading out all of that healing capabilities. This is what keeps Falcons in the fight, especially when it gets a little bit heated out there in that final engagement. These passive skills definitely came in clutch for the squad, with Pina walking away with a total of 7 eliminations. Can you believe that, man? I mean, this was a great game overall for the team, but when it comes to the assists, On Fire and Limit just continuously pummeling these players with a lot of those shots, and Limit walking away with a total of 3,861 damage. And I mean, no surprises there. As the sniper of the squad, this guy is lethal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen him dominate the game, especially in Southeast Asia region, and it's just a statement that he is bringing up onto, I would say, MT7, because MT7 is one of the best snipers, and that is what Team Falcons need right now. That's one reason why they acquired Limited 7.
Yeah.
And at this point, with the progression that Team Falcons and Limited 7 has shown, they are a good contender against the defending champion. So going back, Limited 7, the sniper, AWM in hand, Skylar, Moko, Maro, and Suzy, similar to what we've seen some of the players did, like MC7 used earlier, but tactical market to give them a little bit more options in getting more of the utilities into play.
Yeah. I mean, no doubt at all. And of course, you've got the Moko Maro combination here, dropping out the Raphael from the mix of the sniper build and picking the Suzy instead for the extra coins, because we have seen Limit sometimes double down as the support player of the squad in charge of hitting those revives. So having the Moko combination on Suzy, marking up those players, getting the extra coins off of that as well, surely gives him the extra advantage when it comes to the resources in the game through those free fire coins. 4 eliminations, not the craziest number that we've seen so far. In fact, some of the other team members in his squad do have more eliminations, but the damage is just ridiculous, and the impact that Limit brought into this game overall was just absolutely perfect. Now, let's take a little bit of a peek here as well into the circle analysis, Neptune, because in Circle 1, there was so much of chaos, and Movistar R7 had a great start to that circle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they just stuck to there in the sub, but I was taking a peek of Team Falcons. I mean, they moved into northeast and then rotated on the edge of northwest before they headed south into the final circle. And we did see that initial run when that shift to the circle moved on, but I was expecting R7 to make that move to take down Team Falcons. It's a good thing that Team Falcons had great cover to deal with AG and then turn their position or their attention to Movistar R7.
And look at the number of squads still alive and kicking up until circle number 6, right? This was just unbelievable. I mean, it's Kalahari. Yes, you've got a lot of elevations there, so you can kind of layer squads into a small little compound. But it was just too many in that final circle for sure. And Circle 7, when the zone started to move away, that was where Falcons had the greatest of advantage, because they were in the best spot. Circle said, you know what, Falcons, I want to smile at you a little bit today. Extra advantage to Falcons, and the dual champions of Southeast Asia managed to use that advantage and pull away the Booyah. But it wouldn't have been possible without the support of Movistar R7. Movistar R7 helped Falcons take AG Global out of the equation, and AG had, I dare argue, the best position to fight against these two there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have the higher ground, but the circle is against them, pushing them onto Movistar R7. But let's see, though, on what happened to the game through the highlight. And I want to see more of these engagement to favor Red Hawks, because it seems like, again, they're sticking to the same problem, same mistake. They've spent so much time in Mammoth, they tried to push through in the sub, and they're still taking the area where the number of crosshairs are on them instead of rotating quite far, similar to what we've seen Team Falcons has done. But I guess to each their own, and hopefully they'll be able to find their way later on.
I mean, no doubt at all. I think this was that moment, right? Great time turner from the side of Movistar's R7, and great teamwork between R7 and Falcons to take AG out of the equation. But in a fair 4v4 fight, that's where the biggest of difference came to be, because of the passive skill combination of this team from the East. Falcons just focusing more on the recovery and the shields, and that just gives them the extra layer of confidence to rush in at their opponents. Movistar R7 just couldn't deal with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that they need to consider as well. And hopefully they can make that adjustment before this next game. Because, yes, we're done with 3 matches already. We are up to see the remaining 3. And I believe the next map would be in Bermuda, where you know that it might be slow, even more chaotic towards the final circle because of the over-familiarity of everyone in this map.
Yeah, I have not been getting my hot drops. I think we will find it in the next map. Bermuda is where everybody's comfortable, and they kind of don't want to let go of their, preferred drop spots. I'm expecting the ego to play a little bit more here. Many teams think that they are dominators on this map, so I want to see them take a little bit of action towards those feelings, right? Get out there, get a few aggressive engagements, but again, easier said than done on a stage like this. I do expect, of course, although I say that, to see a little bit of passive plays out there as well, because teams who have started aggressive haven't really fared that well.
Yeah, let's see though on how well they can change things around. But well, halfway through into the day, and it seems like a lot has happened already. But we will see a lot more later on as we go in for a little bit of content before we get into the continue of the game.
The battlefield of Free Fire is evolving once again. OB521 isn't just another update, it's a full-on meta shift. Loadouts redefined, arsenals upgraded, and the rules of revival rewritten. This is the new landscape every FFWS finalist must adapt to, or be left behind. Let's break down the ultimate game changer, Loadout 3.0. The shift from solo gear to team economy is absolute. Enhance Hammer lets you instantly upgrade a teammate's weapon. One red tier gun can determine who wins that early scramble. Tactical Market introduces Bolt Maker zones for smart control, and the Super Leg Pocket combines essential survival items into one resilient tool. The old meta is dead. Coordination is king.
Triple kill.
This meta was practically built for the aggressive roaming giants. Teams like RRQ and Buriram United thrive on early momentum, and now they have zero excuses. The weapon rack guarantees a gun off the drop, and the Enhance Hammer ensures their first rush hits lethally hard. They will dominate the kill point race, setting the pace for the entire lobby. But the mid-game masters, the teams that are start safe but always ready for combat like Fluxo and R7, get their own safety nets. The Super Revival Point allows for riskier mid-game fights because a revived ally returns with a much better chance to stabilize. They can leverage the gold accumulated from safe rotations into the upgradable arsenal, ensuring their late-game inventory is overwhelmingly superior. Now, let's talk defense. Survival-focused squads like Heavy gain endurance from the Super Leg Pocket and New Glue Mushrooms that add healing to their fortifications. But there is a massive counter. The new character Nero is the ultimate anti-fortification tool. His skill generates a field that prevents all glue wall placement and drains health inside. This is the new key to breaking up stubborn late-game holds. Survival teams must adapt or they'll be defenseless. In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the Enhance Hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Buriram United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Room of Pressure. First Doubts and Burn Bright. Right next to me we have 2 candidates from the Vietnam region. Here is Kabi from Heavy and this is Tê Quý from WAG. So let's have a little chit chat with me right now. Alright, so we will start with Tê Quý first. Alright, so during the Media's Day, a lot of teams saying that Vietnamese teams here is just like the fillers to the tournament. Only 1 or 2 teams will make it to the grand finals. So how do you think about this? Xin chào Tê Quý, thì đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên là ở trong nghề làm media của chúng ta thì có rất là nhiều đội tuyển khác bảo rằng là những đội tuyển Việt Nam ngày hôm nay có mặt ở chung kết thế giới lần này tại Jakarta thì giống như là chỉ là tô điểm thêm thôi, chứ cao lắm là sẽ có đến 1 tới 2 đội có thể tham gia vào chung kết. Thì bạn nghĩ như thế nào về ý kiến này?
Theo em nghĩ thì Việt Nam mùa này chắc cả 4 đội vào chung kết luôn nè.
Và đâu ra mà chúng ta có được một cái sự tự tin đến như thế 4 đội Việt Nam, bởi vì đó là một con số chiếm cũng khá là nhiều đấy ạ.
Đây là lần đầu tiên trong lịch sử FIFA Việt Nam có 4 đội đi tham dự giải thế giới ạ.
Alright, so for the translation, the quiz said that no, I think there will be 4 Vietnamese team can qualify to the grand finals because this is the first time in history Vietnamese can having such a crowded places like that in the grand finals. So we do believe that we have the power to all of us qualify to the grand finals. To our next question will be Khabi. So as we can see, the Vietnam region right now has the most dominating teams in the global finals this time in Jakarta. So do you feel pressure, tired, stressful, or even this is your motivation to push up you further? Bởi vì đến với chung kết thế giới lần này, khu vực Việt Nam chính là khu vực có nhiều đội tuyển góp mặt nhất. Thì không biết là Khabi có cảm thấy bị áp lực khi mà có nhiều đội dòm ngó đến hay không? Hay đây là một cái động lực để cho mình thúc đẩy đi xa hơn vậy ạ?
Em nghĩ là không áp lực bất cứ điều gì hết.
So for him, he said, I don't feel any pressure because it's really easy to understand. Heavy achieved their second place in the Free Fire World Series fall last time in the grand finals, and they did a very good job. So maybe that's why they are hunger more for the victory. It's really easy to understand. Vietnamese region is not a place that you can bully at all, and I'm so proud of them today. This is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for listening, and let's heads out.
Welcome back, survivors. I don't know what was that, Yunsu, but I have received whatever you threw at me. This is the best start that we have had to our global finals, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to the action, and for some of these squads, the disaster, right? You're here with the Mustachio and Neptune, your casters for the day, and for the time being, it's still leaning towards the West when it comes to the Booyah victories. Falcons pulling one back for the East, but it almost went to the West yet again, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. But in terms of numbers, in terms of points, it seems like it is balanced because AG Global did manage to put themselves in #1 spot, but that would depend on how well they can treat it. Would it continue on with their consistency, or will they falter after this, similar to what we've seen Team Fluxo? Because Fluxo, they got that first Booyah and then fell down in 7th place after 3 games.
Yeah, and of course, Falcons climbing up from a 10th spot all the way into #3 after just one good game. The previous 2 games where Fluxo and Team Solid took their victories, they only scored 5 points average per match, which was really not like Falcons at all. And we have to remember, both you and I predicted that Falcons were going to be #1 by the end of the day. It wasn't looking good after the first 2 games. But of course, with Falcons finding the recovery on game 3 here, you know exactly what your casters are expecting. More of that Falcon flying high. But is that going to be easy? Is that going to be possible? Will the West allow the East to steal away their great start to the day?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, another contender would be Team Solid, who is doing quite well. After getting that Booyah, they managed to survive a little bit longer, especially in Kalahari. But the only question is, will they be able to do it in Bermuda? Because it seems that other teams might be able to take advantage of this map, the familiarity that they have in this map, to be able to get more points. Looking at the map performance of Team Solid from the previous tournaments, like the qualifiers onto this, Bermuda is not their first pick. They're not their top choice in terms of elimination as well as total points per match. So hopefully that changed this time around.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think we have got some of the teams here who are very nervous, right? Yes, we do praise Vietnam for coming out of the gates very confident and capable, but very specifically, that's only going towards heavy and PE sports.
Yeah.
GOW and WAG, on the other hand, have been taking a severe beating game after game after game. And you see WAG down at the bottom, and this is the most popular team out of Vietnam. When it comes to the fan base, when it comes to their social media skills, they are absolutely killing it. And sometimes when WAG does get activated out there, they do very well. But just today doesn't seem to be that day. WAG has not been able to play that recovery, and alongside them, GOW has been doing quite badly as well.
Yeah.
And, well, to the delight of the Red Hawk fans, Red Hawks doing slightly better than these two teams that I just talked about.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of WAG, first off, in Alpine, they were taken down by Fluxo. And then, once we go into the next map, they were eliminated by Team Heavy, the team from the same region. And then, we saw earlier in Kalahari that they were eliminated by AG Global, their rival, I would say, in most instances than not, in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, it just isn't faring well for them. And out of the West, we do have one team that is struggling, and that is Movistar R7. This time round, in that previous game that you just saw at Kalahari, was their recovery play. They got close, but not close enough. Unfortunately, they had to get taken down. Falcons ripped it away, but that was a decent recovery for them, right?
Yeah.
Or else they would still be somewhere down in the depths beside GOW as well as WAG. Fluxo, after a great start, has been dropping down quite drastically. This is a surprise because it was a 29-pointer bomber. And after that, collectively in the past two games, they've only collected 3 points.
It was just a bummer. It was just a bummer after that 29 points bummer. But I mean, it's depending on probably because of the progression of some of the teams right here. Because we've seen that they were slow in the beginning, and that's where Team Fluxo took advantage. But it's fortunate for them, they couldn't adapt to what the other teams, the other region can bring into the game. So hopefully this is a saving grace for them going in Bermuda, wherein I can't stress enough on how familiar everyone is. But the worry is, earlier we've seen in the game a Circle 6 wherein a lot of teams are still surviving. The same might happen in Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see that again. But at the same time, I want to see that again. There's so much of chaos, so much of confusion, because it's just no way to really confirm your rotations in that situation, which is why I really love what Movistar did in the final bout. But early on here, we see a battle between WAG as well as Red Hawks, and Movistar R7 has caught sight of this action, and they want a piece of it as well.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, who's going to survive that? And again, another unfortunate event if in case Red Hawks fail, because if they can eliminate the first contender, then they need to move out. That's the first condition that they need to do. Otherwise, that would be lost for them. Blade though, going on 1v1 against Games King. Hacks has been taken down, and let's see if they'll be able to recover. Flicker a little bit delayed in the action. AC-80 equals to Bison in hand, and Della just jumps with the G36, moving in, flying in like a G6 at that point. 2 eliminations already for R7, courtesy of Red Hawk.
Yeah, and Team Solid now meeting Buriram very early on. Wasana just runs through Hack, pulls out a time turner. Team Solid player still alive and kicking up on his feet. Get High gets caught, but they pull out their own time turner to protect themselves from those shots. Wasana backstab Hack, level 3 MP5 in hand, and they're running circles around the players of Buriram, but that's not going to be easy, as Get High has an MP5 as well, and he's not afraid to use it. But the battle ain't over just yet for Buriram. They have to be careful. GOW drops by to say hello.
Now let's see though if GOW can put in some damage. But speaking of damage, it has been healed by Red Hawks as 2 of their players has been revived. But unfortunately, Nejad will be taken down. For Jonah, he is healing up. Rip is already down. And there goes the combination of Jonah and Moshi. Before picking him up, he managed to bring Wasana back, and they're a full squad once again.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play from Captain Jonah, making sure to prioritize the revival before the pickup. And obviously, that'll keep the team surviving a little bit longer if in any case the battle does go south. But they do manage to overcome the pressure the GOW brings in here. Demon has a great gun, but up against 2 players. Demon still gets the headshot onto Moshi. Unbelievable. But unfortunately, the numbers still playing against him. GOW picked on the wrong squad this time around, but they did manage to play their own recovery through those revives as well. so they'll still be in this match.
Yeah, let's see though on how long they will stay. As for GOWDN is receiving a lot of pressure, and E1 Sports getting their first elimination at this point. It's a good thing that one player managed to get away and in time, because there's 2 more left for GOW, and they don't want to risk being eliminated early at this point. Currently, they are in 11th spot, and they don't want to be pushed down. So they need to be passive and get away from a lot of engagement. It's still early, first and second phase. There's still plenty of room to wiggle.
And only one team lost in the sauce at this point of time on this Bermuda map. Unfortunate for Team Solid, their performance this time was not as solid as they would have liked it to be, and they just pull a fluxo on us because they climbed to at least close to the top, just 2 points behind AG Global. They falter badly in this Bermuda opener, and so a single point they picked up before getting eliminated, so not much to smile about. Limit almost got that one ESK, but the connection on the follow-up is solid. The rest of the players on the side of Falcons though, flanking in. They want the fight, and they want PE Sports out of this lobby. They want the points off of them in their pockets. Grenade from the side of PE flying straight towards the players on the side of Falcons. Is that a frag or a glue wall melter? We'll have to wait and see, but Pina's already aside and on fire, finds the connecting with the Winchester, and they rush on in to shut down the rest of the PE players. Pina now with the Bison. Steffi pulled out, but it's useless. Falcons annihilating PE Sports.
I love that Bison is back in play as a metal weapon, and a lot of players has been utilizing the fire rate of this gun. But Lao Ho moves away, but he is on the crosshair. He is on the map right now because the hit list is on him. So he wouldn't be able to get away that easily, but with the amount of coins he has, he will be able to bring back the rest of the team. So, well, valiant effort for him. He will survive, and the rest of the teams can fly away far from that area to survive long.
Yeah, he just told his team members, don't worry guys, you guys can get eliminated again. I can revive all of y'all again. No issues. This one have coins.
You have coins up until the next lobby.
This one's on me, don't worry. All you can revive buffet. WAG. Now, oh my lord, he quit with at the highest 50 of all guns. Taking hacks out of the equation here, and Movistar backing away from WAG, who has scored 6 points already. That's a great start for Vietnam and for the team that's literally dead at the bottom in the 12th spot.
And let's see on how long they can go at this point for Booyah United. 8 elimination already, especially with Carnage at peak that we've seen earlier. And they are moving away. But for T-Koi managed to take down Della, increasing the 8 points that they already have, or the 6 point rather, that they already have. And there's still more to spare for R7 if in case WAG managed to spot them. But Launchpad is available. They can either move in to where the gunshots are, or they can just choose to stay at the edge. And they can be safe. GOW are the only contenders in their way.
Yeah, since we've slowed down the pace here a little bit, I just want to say, because I'm looking at the comment section on this YouTube page here, our official esports YouTube page, to be specific, I see a lot of trash talk from the other regions up against Red Hawks. We have to remember, at one point of time, that used to be Vietnam. You know, we had teams like Team Flash, and they were just bottom feeders. They could do nothing in these lobbies, but they were teased, they were challenged, and this is what they're doing. So you guys can make fun of Red Hawks, but you better be careful what you say, because the comeback is going to be sweet out of Bangladesh eventually. But for now, Buriram getting a couple of claps here. AG Global caught out Barros. What a nade sent towards Moshi. The Steffi was popped, but all of those players outside of the Steffi circle. Yet another nade tossed on in. Doesn't find anyone from the side of Buriram. They all flank around from the left-hand side, looking for the reposition. Osana up against Team SR could be a possibility here, but Buriram pulling a U-turn as they do not want to get stuck in an open fight up against AG Global. They retract and looking for the retreat out of the compound, looking for the safer side of things instead of a all-out battle up against AG so early.
Yeah, again, the plan for Booyah United is to end an engagement quickly. And if they cannot pull that off, they just move away. And it's a good thing that they pull away as well, because in a bit, Ju will be coming back. And because the area was clear where he falter or we fall down, he will be gathering his resources once again. But Let's see if E1 will be able to take down Movistar R7 and Bimasaki Strip. Though the hit list is on Lion, but they're not afraid to move out in the open because they do have the weaponry to play with.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we feel bad for Team Solid, but they've already picked up some solid points for themselves, pun intended, to make that mistake in this Bermuda map. So 2 more games to go. Nothing's going to stop them from aiming for the #1 spot by the end of the day. E1 Sports, on the other hand, they are doing fairly well for the East, aren't they? In the 4th spot right now, quite decently average with eliminations. Not the best, but they are up there with the rest, right? So that's good enough for them. But what's more important about E1 is the placement points. They seem to be able to maneuver themselves around in towards these final circles very efficiently now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are just playing with the basics. Survivability is one of the basics of Battle Royale, and that is what they're trying to do. If in case they go into the fight, lose a few players, they move away that quickly, but it's not the case for GOW. Despite of them moving away, they drop into the open, into the sights of Team Falcons and Riptide Rhythm. Despite of a few of those shots, it doesn't break down those glue walls. GOW right now will try to fire back, but 2 against 4 from Team Falcons is not enough. So they need to revive their teammates or probably make a way to where Rip is, because it seems like that area on left is a little bit safer. But Kuro says, no, I'm going to gun you down.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons focusing on GOW, but here's the thing. You have got WAG in the vicinity on fire. Might stop them out, or yep, he definitely sees them. Takes the rotation straight up towards them, but I think that was a little ballsy of on fire, because he could have gotten clipped right there and then in itself. But WAG doesn't take the first shot here. They will choose to retreat from this battle. Both teams outside the circle, tanking the damage from the blue. Of course, it's not too hurtful at this point of time, but it will eventually start clipping you just enough. Grenades courtesy of WAG, and now they move on it. Tikui and 590 first does not find the connection, but the second shot does manage to get the clip. Demon brings in Diane as GOW looks for the recovery. In the meantime, Tororo found, export traded. Vanwo has to turn around, looking for the pickup as well. Time turner pulled out by On Fire. Tikui gets away with the Valiant dash, pulled out defensively, catches up with On Fire as well. WAG just with 2 more players on their side, looking for the shutdown, taking On Fire out of the equation so nobody else can get picked up. And now, Pina, what will you do? Electrotherapy has its connection here. And Tikui with the grenade, just making sure Pina does not catch up with them.
Yeah, what Pina would be planning right now is to pull them away into the open so that Limit will be able to, will be picked up. But it seems like Limit is already in the ground and managed to move away. But unfortunate for Tikui, couldn't recover that quickly. Let's see if the pickup can be done by PLS1, 3rd to the 4th phase. This is going to hurt, and I don't think they have enough on the team booster to be able to heal them that quickly.
Yeah, Pina just gave up on that fight a little bit too early. He had a great opportunity to pick up Limit and turn things around. But of course, you know, we can't blame him for making that decision. They just didn't want to take any chances. And now a battle between Red Hawks and PE Sports. PE Sports inside the assault bunker. They've got the better weapons, highly probable situation here. Now, Monster Truck pulled out as a defense on the right-hand side. You can see the glue wall UAV coming up as well. But GOW could just serve to be that threat that takes Red Hawks out of this equation now, because as they rotate in, they've got a great line of sight. And from the right-hand side, Fluxo rotating in as well, looking for the circle. Red Hawks in a lot of trouble. How do they deal with this?
At this moment, this is where I'm hoping the teams are using Nero's Cryo Mine, because PE Sports is stuck in there. If you use that plushie, if you have Cryo Mine, they will chip in the damage on there, and they couldn't even put in so glue walls. But before anything else, let's head into Team Fluxo against AG Global. AG Global managing to survive a little bit and defending, fortifying their defenses. But unfortunate for them, Bobs managed to pull out an M79. It seems like AG Global is out.
Yeah, AG Global, number 1 on the leaderboard right now, snuffed out. Red Hawks got a little lucky here as Falcons took the right-hand side rotation instead, allowing Red Hawks now to find the connection up against PE Sport. Nejat with the knock, but the recovery with a double, triple, quadruple glue wall to protect and pick Lauho right back up. And GOW joins the fight as anticipated. They take the fight straight up to Red Hawks. Kutush gets knocked down to the ground. Nejat trying to play the game of recovery, pulls out the time turner, hops into the monster truck, tries to drive away. But the monster truck's super slow, and PE Sport will help out Red Hawks with the distraction. Buddy gets away, and a civil war breaks out between PE and GOW.
Oh, Red Hawks still alive, but heading into Team Heavy, and unfortunately, Don't Cry hits him with an AC-80. Valiant effort, but it took a little bit more time for them to take PE Sports down, giving time for GOW to push, and they managed to take down both. Only Lauho remains out of PE Sports, but the next contender would be Heavy, and civil war continues.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's unfortunate for Red Hawks because they should have been a little bit faster on that engagement. Yeah. They should have just rushed into PE Sports. Like you pointed out, if they had the narrow, could have been a little bit more easier. But even without, they just needed to take the decision because standing outside the assault bunker in a circle like this just a terrible idea, and GOW made them pay big time for the decision that they made. Fluxo, on the other hand, circling around, taking AG Global out of the equation to take their defensive spot as well as a great position for this next circle. This is big brain play coming in for the Western squad, and we have got three of them here from the side of the West.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, E1 might be taking R7, but it seems like the movement is prioritizing in the next phase of the circle. Heavy though, taking heavy damage from both sides, and fortunate for them, they couldn't survive. Now, GOW, 11 elimination already, needs to deal with Team Heavy, but they need to speed up, because whoever wins between R7 and E1 would be the next contender in that fight.
Yep, E1 now has to deal with shots from all around. Fluxo focusing on them. GOW looking for the shots as well as E1 will get eliminated from the equation. Movistar R7 taking advantage of that situation, and GOW taking the fight up straight to Fluxo, but they have to be careful here. Trip mine laid out by Box, so GOW circling straight into them will be absolutely disastrous. The knock does stop Hans, and that could have just been the saving grace that Fluxo gave GOW. If they didn't get knocked by that, it would have been the trip mine, which has been a little bit more disastrous. Now, defensive spot rotation by GOW. They are now in a safer place as opposed to Team Fluxo, but the circle will move in favor of Fluxo. Movistar R7 might take the fight up to them next.
Hell, let's see though if Movistar R7 moves left for Fluxo or right for GOW, but either way it would be happening in a few seconds, and it seems like Team Fluxo has a lot of attention from both teams. Buff's already down, MC7 is out, and the team's left to Buddhistine, who has nowhere to go. Super med in hand, would there be enough for him to recover, or will he be taken by the blue? But given the fact that GOW has more numbers than R7, it seems like the East might be getting a Booyah in this point.
Yeah, the East looking for one back here to play a 50-50. GOW, a 4 versus 2. Movistar R7, you gotta respect the recovery. Games King with the FGL shots up against the glue wall of GOW, but this is not gonna deter them at all. GOW knows that they do have the advantage here. Games King runs out all alone. Joker trying to back him up with the VSK from afar. RIP. The flag from the left could instantly put an end to Joker here. But GOW not taking any chances whatsoever, and Joker with his position does manage to get the knockdown onto Demon. Eliminated instantly. The Steffi does get popped, Games King gets dropped, and now it's a 3v1 up against Joker.
3v1, a dream that has been used. Let's see if Joker can survive, but the onslaught is on. GOW going for that Booyah.
How amazing was that? GOW from the 11th spot, managing to conquer this map of Bermuda. Massive eliminations, great positioning, great decision making, and they were not taken on chump squads. They were taken on some of the best from the West, and they still carried the East to the top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, GOW, a comeback is real for this team. And you did point it out, coming from 11th spot, followed by WAG. And Well, seems like Vietnam is making a statement at this point. Earlier it was Heavy, now it's GOWPE Sports. Yes, they are on a like the half or midway of the leaderboard, but survivability is not yet on them. So 2 out of 4 already from Vietnam had show up, and hopefully this continue for GOW. Otherwise, the curse might still be the same. Every time they get the Booyah, they falter next game.
Yeah, true enough, man. But I again want to stress, this is what Bangladesh needs to look at. This is the nation that Bangladesh needs to look at as inspiration. There was one point of time where Vietnam was only feeders on the global stage. They could barely survive long enough to get into the grand finals. The flames were disastrous in the past for Vietnam, but look at them flying around. Look at them dominating, not with one, but multiple squads out there. Yes, they all started from the bottom, but this is the hustle, and this is what happens when you never ever give up, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, never give up. Make sure that you improve better than yourself from yesterday. That is what the team is showing right now. And Heavy has been one of the motivation from all the Vietnamese teams. Well, the storyline is PE Sports was the first, and then everyone followed through. And now that Heavy is showing up, everyone is getting a lot of those energy despite of not being in the region, coming in a different country and still performing slowly and better than they have in their own series.
Yeah, I mean, this has been by far the most exciting global finals opener that I have ever witnessed, that I have ever shoutcasted, because of the quality of the squads in there. Even the teams that are supposedly supposed to struggle are doing really well. And we just saw a perfect example of that. How in the world did they manage to conquer this, you know, from surviving long enough to being the final team in the lobby and then walking away with the Booyah up against Western squads? Because this squad that just managed to get the victory, people call them bottom feeders. People call them a team that is there to fill in the slots. Yeah, there's a big battle for slots here on the global finals, all right? These guys earned it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially in how they played in Southeast Asia Fall Series. I'm loving how they managed to push 4 of their teams into the global finals. And this is where the story continues. Because if they can do that in local league, they could do it in the global finals. Especially, it seems like with the update, everything seems balanced all throughout. But 26 points, closest to the peak that we have in terms of points, 14 elimination plus that Booyah. But Movistar R7, let's not take it away from them that they're slowly moving up.
Yeah, I think it was a huge jump for both GOW as well as Movistar R7. I think props to both squads. This was that recovery game for Movistar R7 after getting tortured for so long at the start of the day. Fluxo finding the recovery as well. But if you look down towards the bottom, Team Solid messed up big time. But, you know, in a lobby like this, there's that eventuality, even the best of the best will sometimes end up at the bottom. That just happens to be the case this time round. Red Hawks still struggling. We are not going to have hold it too hard against them. It's still one of their debut into the international stage. So we're going to give them some time to rise up to the top. But All Gamers Global and Falcons getting taken out early in this Bermuda map is a huge surprise to me.
Yeah, well, so far, despite of AG Global being taken out a little bit early, they're still on top, tied with E1 Sports, who moved up. The same goes with Fluxo. So Fluxo, they were in 7, if I'm not mistaken, and then they catapulted themselves on there because of the position that they've taken. But unfortunately, they couldn't survive any longer than they are intending to. But Booyah United still on top 4, so there's still hope for the team coming from the east right now, but it seems like the top of the board would be dominated by mostly, the top 3 would be mostly by the west. But going into the team stats of GOW, one of the team that has brought in Nero in this game, and I didn't see that much of the Nero, especially in the final moment where he could abuse that skill to take down the final one of the player in there. But I'm seeing so much hope in using that skill right now, especially for those who are just hiding out in the corners.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think we haven't seen the best use of Nero just yet. But I really like the lineup of active skills here. You've got the Steffi, Oscar, Coda, Nero combo. Even Coda, you don't really see that used too often by quite a number of these squads. But GOW understands where their strength is. And with the extra bit of information on their side, usually they are able to survive a little bit longer. Even if you look at their passive skills, look at the stack of Shani as well as Olivia coming on through here. They're really focusing on the defense, really focusing on the recovery as well, focusing on bringing in Susie, extra coins, just to recover, just to revive their players when things do go south. And I think all of those elements came in perfect for GOW to score the victory this time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a total of 14 elimination, and most of it's coming from Hans and RIP. And, well, even the damage is almost even for everyone. Everyone has put in their hands into getting this Booyah. I'm loving this version of GOW, but hopefully it continues because it might be map specific. Going into Bermuda, everyone's familiar with it, but GOW has stick to their plans to survive compared to the others who focus on other maps as well. But let's see though on what the MVP has in store for us in terms of weapon. It is an M590, and what a better use of this gun, especially if you have a little bit of strength plus the healing factor of Olivia, and you can put the Steffi in just to get away from all those throwables.
Yeah, man. I mean, I really like the fact that he actually has the Rocky in here as well. Reduced cooldown for the active skills, and I think this is perfect because Steffi is integral for this particular meta. You need to block out all of those lethals. There are a lot of the M79s out there, a lot of those frag grenades that you have to deal with in the final circle. So this is a very smart approach coming through from Hans. Very rare. And I think GOW has really thought this out very well because the meta is not necessarily the best for your squad based on your playstyle. And I think GOW is one of those squads who have really experimented and understood that, and they're playing this to their advantage. And I really like the fact that they have recovered with this one game alone. But I have to say, we did take a peek at the overall standings earlier, and it's insane, Neptune. We have the first two teams on 50 points, the third and fourth team in 48 points, but that's not the impressive part just yet.
Yeah.
The team in the 8th spot is Movistar R7, and they have 42 points. Movistar R7 from nowhere, they can jump up to that number 1 spot in this next game if they just don't drop the ball. 8 teams could get that number 1 spot if they just try hard in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, with all the back and forth, everyone is so close to each other that someone else out of that list would be able to move up. But looking at a circle analysis right now, seeing how GOW just took the edge and making sure that they have a great cover as well. Even in the final circle, we're going to see that on the highlights in a bit, wherein they took advantage of their position, not move carelessly against Fluxo, and that's where they managed to push Fluxo to be taken out, to be dealt with by R7, and then they just dealt with the finishing blow. And GOW, I mean, they've like circle 4 is where they really pop off with 6 elimination, and then everything follows through. And you can see the gap in circle 2 and 3. Not so much of engagement. That is the slowdown for everyone in this game.
Yeah, man. I mean, so again, to put it into context, AG Global is at the top of the leaderboard, followed by E1. But Fluxo, Buriram, Falcons, Heavy, Team Solid, Movistar R7 are all in contention at the same time for the number 1 spot. This is what we mean by this is the most balanced that we have ever seen the game state as well as the professional players out there and the squads. We have never seen a global finals that is this close in the past. I am mind blown right now, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And well, hopefully they will be able to, with this performance, they will be able to ease the pressure, because from earlier we've seen the room of pressure. There's a lot of things that they need to think about going into this battle, going into this match, and this is something that are like game style and mechanical skills like can be done with practice, but mentality, like pressure being done by the Lada team, it's very difficult to deal with. So hopefully that's something that we can hear as well on how the team is going to deal with those pressure. But before we go in, let's bring it to Conchita Caroline to enter for the interview on the Room of Pressure.
Survivors, you are now live with me from the Room of Pressure. I'm here to give you a quick update from the 4 matches that we've seen today on the first day of the knockout stage from the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. As we all can see, Brazil is for sure the region to watch. Fluxo and Team Solid has claimed the first 2 Booyahs. Sure, E1 has not secured a Booyah, but they for sure have been hovering around the top 5 as well. And one thing is that the 3 Brazilian teams are adapting very well to the hyper early aggression meta. Here in the Room of Pressure, we can see some of the comments that the community has written to us about the team that are competing today. And what surprises me is that a lot of people from the community has been saying that Fluxo might crumble. Fluxo might do the same mistake that they've been doing in EWC, and they will not be proving their worth today. So now I'm asking you, survivors, what do you think? Can they push to be team of the day? Write your comments in the comment section below. But for now, let's go and see the highlights.
Well, I don't know if or not Fluxo is going to be able to prove that they're the team of the day, but the chat will definitely argue who's the host of the day. They are all absolutely in love with both of our hosts, and picking one of the two is definitely going to be a really tough choice. But of course, taking a look at the highlights here once again, GOW just pulled off a massive W on this matchup with the rotations, with the capability, even shutting down Team Heavy, being integral in the takedown of Team Redhawks as well. Decision making for this final battle especially, I am very impressed with what Vietnam has been able to do with their squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the slowdown that they've done, instead of pushing straight to Fluxo, they slowed down their approach. They didn't double think. They didn't doubt it. They just understand that if they push a little bit early without a zone moving in, they will be caught off guard. And that's what they played with. Fluxo was just jump into the open, into R7's away, and that's where they dealt with each other. And GOW was just chilling like a villain until that Booyah. So I'm really impressed on what the GOW has done right here. Yeah. But in terms of points, it's a little bit delayed in gathering all those points. But the Booyah definitely will help.
Yeah, better late than never, right? As long as GOW manages to do something out there to climb up the leaderboard, I am going to be more than happy. But you know, even if I say that down to the 8th spot, they can still contend for the number 1 spot, right? Movistar R7 is currently, as you can see on your screen, as well as the team that's in the 8th spot. Right below them is GOW. They have 37 points in hand. If they do well back-to-back in these next 2 games, they can be in the top 3. It is such a close leaderboard on this day 1 opener.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 37 to 50, what AG and E1 has taken is only 13 points. Well, given the fact that both of the teams doesn't get any points, then they will be doing that easily. But I do agree. Everyone from the top from the top up until the 9th or 8th as well, even the 10th place might be able to move up to the top 5 even after the next map, which is the next era. So it's just mind-blowing. I was expecting a slow game, and only a few teams who's dominating, especially with the entry that Fluxo has showed us right now. But it was just everyone's battle. First Fluxo, Team Solid, Team Falcons, and then GOW, and expect that some other team will be grabbing game number 5.
The most important thing is it's a battle between the East and the West. The West initially showing that they are here to dominate, and then the East came out the doors and said, calm down, buddy. We are here as well. Falcons and GOW making sure they represent the East overall. But it's not going to be easy because Brazil is making so much of noise out there, especially with 2 squads, E1 Sports and Fluxo. Yes, Team Solid did manage to score a Booyah, but I feel like the consistency-wise, E1 and Fluxo have just been a little bit on the upper side, right? Yes, Fluxo did kind of falter in 2 games, but when they do strike, they do claim a lot of points out there to climb the leaderboard. So overall, it's balanced their performance as well as their position on the leaderboard. In fact, even if they messed up 2 of their games, they are still in the 3rd spot, which is a testament to how good Fluxo is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they know how to come back. They know how to recover when needed. And that's just the champion spirit that we have right here. You can see they're still calm, no pressure at all, despite of the 2 games that they lost. So the confidence is there. The gameplay, the practice, the mental fortitude is there from the champions. The only question is who will take it away or who can beat them in those 3 aspects.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a challenge for sure. And now, as we take a look at it, Wasana's crying, man. Wasana's like, let me get the Booyah already. Yeah, you guys better get the Booyah, Buriram. I put you on my list, man. They're going to be in the top 3 by the end of this. Very specifically, I want them to be in the 2nd place because how nice it'll be where you predict the top 3 in sequence of 1 to 3 and then it ends up just like that. Of course, it's very difficult in this lobby once again because of how good and how close these squads are to each other in capability, in style, as well as execution. But you know, sometimes people do get lucky with their predictions. And a quick fun fact here, many players, including R7 Della, Nejat from Red Hawks, as well as Cypher from AG Global, named Pina as the most underrated player at FFWS 2025. And I cannot agree more. Pina is a monster and his clutch gameplay is unbelievable. One of the good reasons why Falcons are your dual champions out of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once he get that N590 or ACI 80 in hand, he will make all those shots count. And it might not be an elimination, but at least the damage would help. And that is with the battle today. But I'm really loving that it's only not Pina who's making way in the Team Falcon side. Even the rest of the teams, Kiroro's already taking the spotlight. And probably that's one reason why Pina has been titled as the underrated, because he helps so much on Kiroro's way to be the champions from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you need. Players in your squad that are capable of dominance and just carrying the squad all alone, although it's a team play overall, because, you know, sticky situations are always just around the corner. But speaking of around the corner, right up next, we've got Next Terra. Yes, Mr. Wagger, cute as hell as he runs towards you. Let's kick off game number 5, baby. Give me some hot drops.
Let's see on where the hot drop will be. And if everyone is targeting Booyah United, they might be dropping in Museum. Because, unless Booyah United thinks otherwise. Because I know for a fact that some of the teams have put a crosshair behind on the backs of Booyah United. And even from earlier, we've seen them move away from their usual hot drops, especially if Team Falcon, or Team Fluxo rather, is involved in this play. But so far, in the early parts, in the first half of the drop, no one is dropping in against each other unless we see BE Sports deal with Red Hawks in Mudside. That would be carnage, and hopefully Red Hawks plan an approach to get away quickly.
Yeah, a quick shout out to our production team, because I dare say this is one of the best produced Free Fire World Series competitions I have ever been a part of. I mean, look at how clean the action has been so far. And a shout out to the observers as well. No idea who is on the observers lineup, but they are doing one heck of a job capturing all of these heated battles that I do want to see out there in the game. Demon, Dian, GOW circling around. They have to be really careful because the curse of getting a Booyah and then getting knocked right out in the following game has been plaguing Vietnam for a long, long time. And it's also been plaguing us here on day 1 of the Global Finals. They just have to be a little careful.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see, though, if that is the same thing for AG, because they are dealing with R7. Hatch, though, almost being taken down with double factory coming from Cypher would make that blow make that blow worth it. Now, let's see if AG Global can get in position, because it seems like Battles would be dealing the same way and paying for what R7 has received from AG.
Yeah, Games King with the distraction and the pressure, allowing Joker to get the elimination onto Barros. Great flush out there for the side of Movistar R7. So it's a 1-for-1 trade thus far. Attack gets brought right back in. AG Global has to be careful, though, because R7, UAV moving straight towards AG Global. They haven't shot it out of the skies just yet, so information gameplay on the side of R7. Team SR gets tagged up. They've got them circled in, but the approach is going to be very dangerous because there's a lot of distance between AG and R7, but that can be sorted out by the jump pad. Joker now on the roof. Cypher, Riptide with them breaking down his defenses, but a double glue wall protection by Cypher as he shuts down Games King, who flanks it from the back. Cypher still has it onto him, but the Bison will be not on his side. Cypher with the headshot off the Vector. Unbelievable play.
Yeah, let's see, though. Cypher with a sliver of health and will need to be the Uzi, but unfortunately Joker breaks him down. But I love how the approach of Movistar R7.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly, they are in boxing gym and they boxed out a couple of AG Global. If it wasn't for Cypher's double elimination, double knockdown, that could have been the end for AG Global. Unfortunately, Battle's already down. Only one remaining for AG Global. Hopefully, they find their way.
Okay, now it's Team Solid up against Red Hawks. Kutush with Revival. Trap takes Blade out of the equation. As we spot out a little bit of engagement here. PE Sports in the vicinity as well. Will steal that point at the expense of Team Red Hawks. Nejat says, no problem, brother. I have got a ton of coins in my pocket. In fact, it's too heavy. Please use them. Get eliminated quickly. Nejat backing away. Team Solid on the rush. Looking for yet another two players surviving on the side of Red Hawks here. But they have to focus on those revivals or else it's going to be over before they know it. Bitten down on the ground. The pickup is easy. Team Heavy getting cooked by E1 Sports.
Yeah, I think there's only one more player remaining for Team Heavy. Mufasa brings the Don't Cry back that easily. But E1 Sports right now, good start for the team, maintaining their reign as a number 2 or equalize with the number 1. But if they continue this on, if they keep a little bit of a switch up in the passive and aggressive, they might be taking this Booyah all throughout. But for Team Flux, though, well, the slowdown hopefully is done. The hiatus should have been done and they can move up, take their reign in the number 1 spot because they're getting very close.
No doubt at all. I think Fluxo is looking for exactly that, the number 1 spot finisher by the end of the day. I didn't put them in my top 3 predictions, so I'm feeling a little bad now. But it's okay. It happens, right? I have Red Hawks in my top 3 prediction. Take that. Come on, Red Hawks. Show me something, man. Give me a booyah.
Oh, let's see, though. Let's see. I mean, it's tough, especially with how they're treating it. But I'm seeing a little bit of improvement game after game, and that's what they need. And I remember a comment as well in the global, in the YouTube of Free Fire Global, wherein give them a couple of years and they might be able to show up the same. I'm thinking that it might be less if they continue to improve themselves. And this is a good way for them to improve themselves. Like, learn from their mistakes, emulate what the other regions are doing, especially the champion regions are doing, and work on their tactics quite well. A lot of homework is needed, especially with the years of experience that has been done from both those coming in from Thailand as well as Brazil or other regions from East and West. And that is what Red Hawks need to do.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. Again, they are very new. They are babies in the global stage. So it's going to take some time for them to really wake up in the competition. I mean, Vietnam took many, many years before they turned out to be dominators of these lobbies, right? So, yeah, we're going to cut them some slack for sure. I can't wait for one day India to join the fray as well. Oh, can you imagine, man? That would be explosive. But of course, speaking of explosive, nades back and forth between E1 Sports and Buriram. Frags tossed up to the top. No glue wall melters just yet, as Buriram does not have any intention of rushing into the compound of E1 Sports. But as I say that, it looks like the Mad Squad is going to do exactly that. Jonah, what a nade. Pow 7 down on the ground. Vitin hops on out. Jonah's going to meet him halfway. Nobody's taking the shots up against him just yet. Moshi with the connection down at the bottom. Pulls out the glue ball in the nick of time. And Jonah gets taken out of the equation because of Vitin. He has the grenade launcher. Turn around. And Buriram, I did not expect them to make that mistake.
Yeah, it seems like also R7 is joining the party. E1 Sports need to be picked up that easily. Joker right now with Ripside Rhythm and E1 Sports back on their feet. Recovery though needs to be fast, otherwise R7 might bring them down. But I think the deed is done. The only question is, will Brave United be able to get back up? But speaking of getting back up, Team Falcons needs to get back up because WAG is doing a number on them.
Hey, come on, man. I what was that move by Buriram? I am still in disbelief. And by some grace, they are still alive and kicking. I was going to say still alive and kicking, but they're still alive and cooking. Get high. Just got a double elimination off of R7. The ones that brought the interference into the battle between E1 and Buriram. Kind of saving Buriram for a second there. But the problem here is there's no vending machines around him. There's a revival platform. If he chooses to use the revival platform, E1 is just going to run at him. Buriram just made a big boo-boo, and I am not happy, man. I've got them on my top 3.
Well, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, Brave United is not their usual way. Most of the time, they're passive in the beginning, and then that's slowly build their way on the 10-minute mark. But this time, I think they plan to change this because of how aggressive some of the teams are showing up. And let's see if this is something that they can stack up. Probably not in next era if they get eliminated. Probably the next map will do. But all hopes for them. The final survivor can bring them back up.
Yeah, no doubt. Ooh, Nero stepping up, and Dian said, hello. Mag 7 is here. Nolan, the sliver of health left. GOW taking the fight up straight to them. First elimination, not enough just yet. Hans looking for one. Running around with the Bison. Nolan from outside, trying to find a couple of connections. Is going to be denied. LBT on the roof. And at this point, PE Esports is just trying to avoid GOW at all costs. All thanks to the Flame Zone. Maybe they get a chance to run away, or maybe they get hit down.
Hell, let's see though. GOW saved a little bit, and with all that noise, it could have pulled in E1 Sports. But unfortunate for them, or for Brave United, he moved with the rest of E1, thus being eliminated early. So the first team to be taken out is Brave United. Now let's see who will be winning the next battle. PE Sports with only 2 players on our view, and let's see if they can bring back the rest of the teams. Another team that needs recovery would be Red Hawks. Only 1 remaining, Flicker. But if the pickup can be done, then that would be the best for them.
Don't you do this to me, Red Hawks. Come on. How are they going to get out of here, Alan? Gets the connection with the AC-80. Flickers out. Nejahad could not play the game of Revival. They were just standing over the vending machine, but could not get close enough to it. And Red Hawks will crash and burn again, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot more of experience is needed with the Red Hawks. And, well, let's see if that will happen on to the next game. For Nick, though, he will need to be silent. He has view and information on WAG, but the rest of the teams is still a little bit too far. Portal Go available, not only 1, but 2 of them. And it's a rare occasion that we are seeing that a little bit of a heavy investment coming from the team. But going into the other side, we have 2 teams from the West right now going in for the fight. Butusin almost swatting one out and taking them down.
Pow sends one straight to Bobs. Down on the ground, picked right back up. Joker went in for the finisher, but couldn't get to him in the nick of time. And now Bobs and Butch is in, quickly rotating around. Very, very smart recovery coming through from the Fluxo players. And they don't put themselves in trouble as they do, kind of gearing up for a backup as well, as they stood around that house, close to the windows, waiting for a all-out battle. But thankfully, nothing happens. And R7 allows them to move away. Falcons rotating right behind WAG. This is going to get a little nasty shortly as Team Solid watches this situation.
Yeah, well, it would be another team to watch out for, which because Team Falcons is already in their mids, a little bit of FGL action being thrown into Nyx right now. Often see in Zipway. The towers right here is a good vantage point, but unfortunately for them, the blue will be pulling away from them. So Launchpad will be used. They just reposition one tower, and they still have that high ground advantage. Hopefully Limit X7 will be able to go for a takedown. Otherwise, they might be in the crosshairs of a lot of teams, especially with elevation that they have right now with their heads exposed.
Yeah, Team Solid now dropping down to the lower ground, taking the fight straight up to WAG. Now they have to be really careful because Falcons are in shooting distance here. One wrong move, Falcons will not think twice to hop on into the battle as the third party. GOW though, up against PE Sports, a little civil war between the Vietnamese squads. As GOW wins out the initial bout, but AG Global from afar, Team SR taking aim at them. Sneaking away a point here as well. GOW outside the zone needs to play some sort of recovery. And those revives are crucial here. But it looks like AG is going to make this really tough for them.
Yeah, there's no breathing space for GOW right now because AG Global has them on their crosshairs. And it's a good focus right now for AG Global. They are the top eliminators in this lobby, and they're not really focusing on what's happening in Zipway. But Team Solid getting headway against the rest of the teams like WAG and Team Falcons, and they might be going in for the gatekeep. But let's not take R7 away from the picture because they are the ones waiting for the opportunity for the takedown as well. Team Falcon still alive, Guerrero on the ground, and will be taken out by T. Kui on fire in a 1v2. Will he survive? It would be tough. It's a 1v3, and On Fire will be down.
But that was some fantastic fancy footwork out of On Fire in combination with the time turner. Unfortunate that he was outnumbered.
Oh,
and in fact, the third player was the difference maker there. Limit with a massive triple revival. And we were talking about how he rocks that Suzy as the sniper of the squad, connecting those extra coins. And now Peanut does get taken out from the skies. On Fire as well. Those revivals in a lobby like this, in a circle this small, is just absolutely deadly. Falcons are being shot out of the air.
Now let's see now if Falcons can still fly. Only one team or one player remaining at this point. Judo is struggling to survive, healing up, and Kororo is on his way, but did have a full HP right now. For Team Solid, they are dealing with Team Fluxo, and both of these teams not out just yet. TS might be able to survive, putting in the Steffi, and they are just being taken by that zone. The HP would be crucial, and BSB will be down.
Yeah, man, I mean, unfortunate. Bob's, oh, goodness me. Usually you shoot fish in a barrel as they're inside the compound. This one was the opposite. They were in the compound, shot out through the window, finding those connections. And Fluxo is the winner of that battle. Going into this next circle, full squad. In fact, final circle time. Zone is about to move in favor of the Vietnamese squad. But look at the problem here. Vietnam is on all the way this high ground. And their only opportunity to reposition will be that monster truck so as to not take any damage.
Let's see though. A1 Sport. At least they are protected by this huge compound. But they will be in the target of Team Fluxo as they reposition, and heavy right now. Well, they're not too heavy because of the monster truck saving their way, but let's see if they can survive the onslaught coming from the other side of the map.
Yep, and now E1 Sports taking aim at Team Heavy. Kabi finds the connection of bullets to his back, but a instant recovery coming on through as well. Inhalers used as they rotate around towards Fluxo. And this is out of the pan, straight into the fire for the Vietnamese squad of Heavy. Allen takes the initial shots first, but manages to return fire to Butches in, who backs away. Circle's now going to put pressure on them. The glue UAV thrown out here by Team Heavy, but Fluxo's not even going to be shooting at their defense as Heavy needs to focus on staying alive. And this is going to give them the advantage as Fluxo now focuses on E1 Sports and Heavy attacks from the back.
Let's see. We have E1 Sports already very close to Team Flux. So if they can deal with each other, that would open up the floodgates for Heavy. But it seems like Heavy has shown up a little bit too early right now. Lion would be going in. Both of them pulling out a time turner and saving both of the squad.
And E1 once again distracted by Fluxo. Butches in, pulls the distraction, pulls the attention, and E1 Sports takes the high ground, allowing Heavy to recover, allowing Heavy to find a better position. And now E1 Sports will have to jump off of this platform, and that might just give the advantage to the Eastern squad. Team Heavy, they've got the jump pad, they quickly reposition. But E1, can they make the best use of their high ground here as Heavy, like trolls under a bridge, refuse to move?
This reminds me of one of the final battle in Southeast Asia where Onyx Olympus was just at the bottom of AG Global. E1 Sports is on the top. If there will be a closing of the circle, all they have to do is wait, unless Heavy have something on their sleeves right now to throw off A1 Sports away or like below them, and they will just be an easy target. But there's also a way up right now if in case Heavy chooses to do so. Infinite makes the mistake. Alan, take advantage.
Mufasa very quickly laying down trip mine here. Glue wall melters laid out around Witten to make sure nobody else drops in for the save. Witten about to expire. The rest of the E1 Sports players not taking any moves towards saving him. Alan gets to confirm that elimination. Circle's going to be closing in. And E1 Sports just put themselves into hot soup by taking the position on that high ground. Circle's going to be pressuring them to move on off. And on that drop, that will give Heavy a massive advantage. Inhalers and medkits used by E1 Sports, but it's a matter of time before they hop on off of this bridge.
Yeah, E1 Sports, wrong position to take. They don't have the center, and Heavy would be taking advantage of this unless they think Cook would be taken by Heavy. Time turner to save them. And this is it. Heavy. GG. Heavy. GG indeed. Grabbing the Booyah in there where E1 cannot do anything at all.
Yeah, bye-bye Vitin, Team Heavy says. And Heavy is in shooting distance for the #1 spot. And the East is in shooting distance from overtaking the West in the number of Booyahs they have. Heavy carrying the East ahead.
And this is the reason as well why Heavy is on our crosshairs of being a team that can turn things around. Heavy for a Booyah. You did mention that East has most of the Booyah already after 5 matches. Let's see though if the West can take it back, because it was very close for E1. If they have taken that, then it would have been the West leading the fray in terms of Booyah.
And this is what I respect about Vietnam. It's not about just getting into the international stage the first time and then dominating, because that's so difficult. And this nation has struggled for so long in the world of Free Fire. And this is their year. For the first time ever, they squeeze in 4 teams to the Global Finals. And it's not about just a game of numbers. Just because you've got 4 squads from your region doesn't mean you're going to be able to do well. You can still all be bottom feeders. As a matter of fact, 60% of the squads during the interviews on our media day thought that Vietnam was going to be bottom feeders. Well, Heavy doesn't think so.
Heavy is really flipping the script against those teams or all those players. We're expecting them to bomb out. But, Heavy right now, quick decision. At least Heavy stayed in there with a better cover. E1 Sport. I was expecting them to move down a little bit faster, but Midden 9 was just without backup. He is just leading in there with the stairs available. If he had a little bit of, say, the full squad, their backup, or any glue walls to cover, he could have not been taken down. There's still a fighting chance for E1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that E1 made that mistake, because this is not Kalahari. You can't just use your hook gun, get off of that top spot. You maybe could have used a monster truck, but in a just two squads in that final circle, even a monster truck can put you in a little bit of a pickle as you take that drop. But some magic could have still happened with a monster truck from the bridge, taking the landing. A quick glue wall or a time turner could have saved the day. Clearly, E1 either had no resources to play with, or they just did not have that strategy in their backpack to pull out when it was truly needed. They almost made the right decision. They got off of the bridge, and then they got distracted by Fluxo. They still had one more survivor. And in order to win this one battle against this one survivor, I think it was Butches in at the top, they sent all three players back up onto the top of the bridge. And that was the moment where they lost it to Heavy, right? And obviously Heavy very happy to pull that Booyah away and finally bringing the East to the front. 24 points, 12 out of eliminations, 12 out of placements. Heavy manages to score decently well. AG Global will still be able to put up a good fight to maintain their #1 spot. And remember, there were 2 points difference between Fluxo as well as E1, but E1 was the exact same number of points of AG Global. So they would have officially overtaken them through this game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, E1 would be taking that #1 spot, and despite of Heavy grabbing Booyah right here, it's just so much that you can do, especially if the top of the leaderboard is still on the top of the game standing. So it's still a long journey for the team, and it's only one map remaining. So Heavy needs to be consistent at this point. They need to take that Solara with a decent amount of points, if not a Booyah, to be able to take that #1 spot by the end of the day. But again, we're still in knockout stage. #1 would be a great prestige, a great trophy to take in the beginning of knockout stage. But everyone is just targeting to survive up until the 12th spot by the end of knockout stage to get in the grand final. So not so much of pressure for those on top.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, towards the bottom, you've got Red Hawk still struggling. PE Sports not doing too well this time around. Falcons, Booyah, WAG crashing out. Movistar R7 at least getting 10 points. But Heavy, did they get to the #1 spot? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they do! With a 1-point lead over E1 Sports. Can you believe it? Not just the fact that Heavy is on the #1 spot, but it is representing Vietnam, baby. And they are the ones we are definitely looking out for in this season. E1 Sports right behind them. All Gamers Global will be pushed down to the 3rd spot. Fluxo Team Solid right there. But we have to acknowledge the West is still dominating the top 5 spots.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the West still in there, in the lead. E1 Sports, Fluxo would need to just like move a little bit, move their hips a little bit, and they would be on the top 3. Now, Heavy though, I mean, great move from them, because coming from the 6th spot, getting that Booyah, decent amount, and it's not even the highest game that we've seen from this day, but they still managed to put that in. Now, they're playing with the meta right now. They have Nero in play, and there's so many instances wherein that could have been this, that is being used by Team Heavy. Imagine teams in the corner, hiding out away from you. You pull out that, you pull out the skill from Nero, and everyone will receive damage. Even couldn't pull up any glue wall, and it's just a shooting gallery for Heavy.
Yeah, and even if Heavy was on the bridge, getting the drop down to the bottom would have still been a very safe play for Heavy because of Mufasa's chrono, right? And this is the kind of lineup you definitely want to have on your side, the kind of backup in a sticky situation.
Not quite sure
not just about the aggression.
Or have I lost
but
AJ
they most definitely.
But, well, continue on. Team Heavy grabbing that Booyah, taking that #1 spot is just phenomenal for the team. Now, I want to see more of what the team can do, but Heavy right now, especially with Alan, is part of the mix, would be deadly. Though Cabby, Don't Cry, and Mufasa would bring in so much more into this engagement. Now, I love seeing more of what Heavy can do on how well can they maintain this, because we've seen so much of curse coming in from Vietnam, and if they stop or like prevent that curse from happening, especially in Solara, they can still maintain that #1 spot by the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Allen, 6 eliminations, 3,267 on the damage. Man was just going all out on the limb there to grab those, points for the squad. And you can see that through the knockout and the assist as well.
That Allen would be at MVP, 6 eliminations, 6 knockdown, 3,000 on damage. I want to see what weapon he has brought in. AC80 is in play. Not only that, we have the Coda on him, plus a Maro and a Luna. And not everyone has been using that Luna into the game. It's most of the time, Luna has been used in Clash Squad, but this is where that would be very useful. If you need a little bit of, increase for you, then there you will be able to bring yourself back up. But yeah, hopefully this continues on for Allen and the rest of Heavy, AJ.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. And one of the players who actually brings the Luna into play as well. It's quite a rare situation to see Luna being rocked out there, but we do understand why as well in a situation like this. And obviously, playing the favorite on the Coda, this is absolutely standard out of Allen. And this is exactly what we need to continuously see out of this squad if they want to dominate on behalf of Vietnam. Heavy is definitely one of those squads that the other teams are assuming will be the scary ones, even though Vietnam as a whole is a underdog in the competition, Neptune. But of course, as the teams kind of navigated through the circle analysis, you can see the number of early engagements in that first circle and down towards the very end when it was E1 up against Heavy managing to run away with the Booyah. But E1 Sports still keeping up the pressure. They are now just 1 point behind Team Heavy. And this is the closest that we have seen the leaderboard on a particular day. It's unbelievable. Just between the first to the fourth spot, there is a difference of 5 points. How close is that? Anybody would be able to grab it for themselves between Fluxo, AG Global, E1 Sports, as well as Heavy. And I do count them out. I do count them in, but you also have teams like Team Solid and R7 who could still jump into the number 1 spot, Neptune, if they get a massive one. But of course, it is an interesting situation here for the teams down at the bottom. PE Sports WAG, I can understand the struggle that PE and WAG has had when it comes to the question of consistency has always been there, even in the Southeast Asian lobby. But to have Buriram join them at the bottom, this is a shocker. I did not expect it. I expected the fight for Buriram to be a tough one. I expected them to be challenged. I did not expect Buriram to be in the bottom 4 by the end of game number 5. Now, I don't know how long is it going to take for them to really jump back in here and conquer the day, but they need to dig deep and find out somehow, or else it's just going to be warning bells for all of the Buriram fans out there. But this is that battle which was just so delightful to watch, and this is that mistake as they went back up to the bridge to catch Butches in. That was the point where they ended the run for them. They could have recovered maybe with a team effort to get off of that bridge, but Vitin made that approach towards the stairs first, got knocked down, and a great follow-up from the players as well of Heavy, throwing all of those glow wall melters, making sure that if anybody hops down to pull the save onto him, they are going to get sprayed down as well. And that was what stopped the players of E1 Sports, saving their buddy Vitin. And at the end of it, Heavy securing a great Booyah to claim that number 1 spot for themselves and effectively pulling the East to the front as opposed to the West, who initially started the day with a double Booyah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you have hit that like already on the broadcast, wherever you're watching online, whichever platform you are watching on, and share the broadcast out as well, because this is the kind of free fire action nobody should miss. I think both the East and the West have been having a great day out there. Of course, some teams might be struggling, but even then, it's a learning process. There's a total of 24 games that all of the teams have to play, And that means you've got 24 chances. For the teams that faltered today, for the teams that are unfortunately at the bottom today, making that recovery is not a thing of impossibility. And once again, East managing to pull it back, in fact, rip it back away from the West when it comes to the total Booyah counts. Fluxo, Team Solid, definitely looking to climb up again alongside E1 Sports. And who would have thought that E1 Sports from Brazil, without a Booyah, would still be doing better than Fluxo as well as Team Solid. For the time being, no Booyah, no pro. But of course, they have to kind of keep things a little bit realistic as well. If E1 Sports cannot secure these Booyahs, and if we get to the grand finals on that champion rush condition being activated, I think it's going to be a huge problem, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of things that they need to consider right now, and otherwise the problem would be happening. But a little bit of player code right now coming from Du on All Gamers Global chances this year. He is 100% confident that they will qualify for grand finals, and if they don't, he will end his career. There's a lot at risk right now on this statement coming from Du.
Oh yeah, I mean, and Du, I'm so glad to see Du back in the game. I'm so glad to see AG Global back in, and it's the perfect time. Imagine finding the recovery in terms of how you can find the synergy out there on the battlefield and have things go your way just before the global finals, and then you go on to become the world champion. I mean, it's a Cinderella story that I think Du and squad definitely deserves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're hopefully they can push through and achieving what they want to get right now. Again, it's just qualifying to grand finals, so just reaching the top 12. And I just don't want to see Du out of the picture just yet, because there's a lot of promise from AG Global. They haven't even achieved a champion just yet, not only in the global scene, but also in local region, in Southeast Asia. So hopefully this is a time that they have, because the showing that they have right now from Southeast Asia up until this moment, it's still very good that they will be able to make it to grand finals.
Yeah, and let's not forget, right, Du was also the MVP of the Global Finals in 2023, where he played with EXPS. It wasn't the best run of all for Du, but at least he was very aggressive there, and he was honored for his capability as a sniper. That's where we all fell in love with him and his long-range capabilities. But he's kind of been on a downward dip right after that. The recovery from Du, I have to say, has been phenomenal. All thanks to the fact that they removed the responsibility of leading the squad in-game, giving it over to Barros. And I have to say, Barros has been doing a great job overall. He's done the team justice. But can they do justice once again on this map that has been pretty mean to quite a number of squads out there since the introduction?
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, yes, it is mean, but some teams are taking advantage of how new it is. Well, it's fairly new. A lot of teams has already been familiar of this, but because of the dynamics of Solara, there's a lot of teams that's being thrown off, especially with the movement and slide rails, and then some of the teams just taking advantage of some of the position and drop spot in this area. Delta Isle is one of the drop spot that is a favorite. It's not only in rank, but also in the pro scene because of the number of loops that you can get, as well as the opening that you have in either the middle or on the northern part of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like it's a very decent drop taken here by all the squads on Solara, except for Heavy and Falcons. And if Heavy can do something phenomenal here by removing Falcons from the equation, it will be nice. But if the curse of the Booyah hits Heavy, it's going to be very unfortunate, because they just managed to climb up to the #1 spot, just managed to get a great Booyah for themselves, the first one that they claimed in the day.
Hell, let's see Cappy
to ruin that.
Cappy right now, good position to take, good hiding spot as well, and don't cry on the flank. But hopefully, how they put themselves a little bit too thin against Team Falcons would not be downfall, because as you can see, Team Falcons is regrouping, stacking themselves against each other, and that's what they can use throw off Heavy right now in this game.
Yeah, nicely done. Kororo still has the medkit though to work off of this. Should be back to full health in a little bit. Don't Cry taking great vantage point with the P90 up on top. With the Vector though, Alan is on standby. It's a standoff for sure. Pina caught out and Don't Cry. Fishes one fish out. And the fish's name is Pina. Unfortunate. Your clutch god on the side of Falcons taken out of the equation. Now Heavy needs to be really careful on this rotation. Don't Cry with the P90. Great rate of fire. Damage is decent in the early parts, in the early phases of this game. Kabi meets one. And Kororo survives it with the Winchester. Turns it around by shutting down Kabi.
Good position being taken by Kororo and great weapon to spare. Double shot coming from the Winchester really can take that headshot quickly, and Kabi couldn't survive. Woodpecker coming from on fire, and Team Falcons is just putting a number on Team Heavy. One managed to get away. Mufasa will try to follow, but Don't Cry. Will he survive? He does, and 3 of Team Heavy will be able to move away. The only question is, would be anyone in front of them taken down?
Nani on fire out in the open. Yes, Heavy is scrambled all around. Limit does manage to put Alan down onto the ground. Mufasa had the time turner on him, all thanks to the chrono. So he survives a little bit longer. But Don't Cry though is going to cry. And they're all going to hope and pray Mufasa manages to save the squad. Final survivor looking for a vending machine. I don't know how many coins he's got in his pockets, but On Fire is trying to make sure he's gonna get snuffed out before he buys his buddies back.
Well, let's see though, but on the other hand, it is Red Hawks right now seeing red because of damage that they are receiving coming from Movistar R7, but that's not the end of the story. GOW would be heading in and same spot as Red Hawks are.
Oh my.
And seems like trouble is just following the Bangladeshi team, and Contusion Blade needs to move away, but Mufasa and the rest of the teams are already in here, and Mufasa might be taken down. This might be it. Heavy out of the picture, and the curse continues for the Vietnamese team.
The curse of the Booyah strikes again. And Heavy will not be able to maintain that #1 spot, but valiant effort either way. A great play, a great performance by the Vietnamese squad. Heavy to first of all save the East from a total annihilation out of the West through those Booyahs. And at the very least, give them a 50-50 by the end of the day, because this is the final game. Even if the West pulls one back, we are all equal. But I have to say, there's more teams from the West in the top 6 as opposed to the East, which is a big concern.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, only AG and Heavy are taking the top 6 spot for the East. But let's see now if this is something that could change. But unfortunately, Heavy is already out of the picture. Rip right now will be ripped apart by Games King, and the follow-through will not happen. But it seems like GOW can still survive. 2 elimination already, plus a revive coming from the rest of the squad. But Hans will be taken out. R7 will take their 5th.
Yeah, the revenge is pretty instantaneous here. And Movistar R7 looking for a recovery play, looking for the #1 spot. It's going to be fairly impossible, I would say, for Movistar R7 to reach up to the #1 spot, unless, of course, they get a massive Booyah through this game. They were on 57 points before we started this matchup, and remember, Heavy had 70. So even to catch up with that itself is going to be a big problem, but to collect more points as opposed to the rest of the squads is going to be a greater challenge. Games King, though, I think that we don't even need to do the math by the end of this game, because Falcons are looking to snuff them out right here, right now.
Only 2 remaining for Rainbow 7. And, well, good position by Liminex 7, just to make sure that no one else, even those from Revive, can survive. And 8 elimination already being taken by Team Falcons, but they are tanking the blue right now. For E1 Sports, Vit9 will be taken out, or VinXP rather, will be taken out. Vit9 will be on their side. AG Global, who spotted them, it was Stu who spotted them first, who is out in the open, and Stu, VSK in hand, dealing with them, taking 3 elimination, 2 of which coming from the sniper.
Yeah, Monkey See, Monkey Do, and this time he is not taking any bit of instructions from anybody else. He is leading them with the action. And AG Global definitely in a punching position for the #1 spot, having 67 points on them. They just need 3 points to overtake Heavy on that number 1 spot. And that's exactly what they've had through the elimination so far. But they still have to stay alive and kicking all the way to the final circle, if at all possible. Rip away a Booyah for themselves as well, the first one of the day, if they do manage to do that, because E1, Fluxo, Team Solid are way too close to the number 1 spot as well, and obviously the Brazilians want it for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, they want to show up right now. Show up that Brazil would be number 1 beginning knockout stage. But let's see though. Team Fluxo, 0 elimination, staying on the edge of the zone. The usual tactic from Fluxo. So I love this approach. Not too aggressive, but we know that they can bring in the aggression if needed. They just don't need to rush this. But speaking of rush, E1 Sports rushing into Red Hawks, caught off guard and forced to fly away. Hit list is on hacks right now from R7, but Red Hawks is moving in onto E1, and quite surprisingly, I mean, the aggression is still not being lost onto Red Hawks. Not quite sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing, because despite of the failure, they're still using the same gameplay, the same energy from game number 1.
Don't you dare doubt my favorite team, Neptune. Don't you dare. All right.
I'm not doubting. I'm just putting in a question out there for them to answer.
I like the aggression, but please be careful, Red Hawks, all right? FGL shot, Butch is in, wanting to find the connection onto WAG. But a great time turner as they get struck by the flame zone. Out they go, jump pad used, X-Ball, the final one to get a heck out of there. Oh! Drop down as AG Global spots out Fluxo from afar. And it looks like the trouble is not over, although the flame zone moves away.
The flame zone has dealt a lot of damage onto WAG. It's a good thing that they did manage to jump out of that area. Now, PE Sports right now, they have been passive all throughout, despite of having someone next to them. And this is not the first time that it happened. But in most instances than not, the moment the team pushes against them, that's where they fall. But as we look at elimination leader, it's Team Falcons, as well as overall elimination leader per player is Saifa from AG Global. I mean, the rusher, the frontliner of that team, the game changer of the entire squad is still leading the fray.
So the battle between the East and the West, as far as eliminations are concerned, is currently being won by the East, at least from the count of the players themselves. But we'll have to wait and see all the way down to the very end. Falcons picking up 10 points already is very impressive, I have to say. They're definitely gunning for the number 1 spot. If they do, of course, I'll smile a little bit, because that was my prediction.
Both of ours?
Yeah, exactly. Both of ours. As long as they don't pull a Buriram on me, I have no idea what has happened to Buriram today. They are just not looking the best version of themselves at this point.
Yeah, I mean, again, the target is top 12. If they can probably not get the number 1 spot, the top spot at this game, hopefully get knowledge or wisdom out of the gameplay that they've done so far. Like more information that is being provided, not only in the usual scene that we have. Remember the game analysis, the circle analysis that we have. That's something that everyone needs to watch, needs to review for the following days. And hopefully those on Group A has their eyes peeled, not only in these games, but also on those segments in between.
Absolutely. And 10 minutes in, 10 teams still alive, but every single squad is full. I'm not full. I'm actually a little hungry at this point of time.
Bro, we're in the past right now. Don't think hunger.
Sorry. So if you guys didn't know, Neptune has been fasting for 2 days, which is quite a miracle for this uncle. So I just finished my fast for 2 days the other day. I wanted to go for 3 days, but someone tempted me with food. That bit unfortunate. And as I speak of being tempted, Falcons are tempted by Movistar R7, and they do not think twice. They have a feast. They pull 1 point off first, but they want to make sure they finish this all-you-can-eat buffet off of Movistar R7 Games King. Circling down from the bottom, spotting out Karoro, but the timing is perfect as Della gets caught out. Time turner just not working out. Hacks now, running straight towards limit R7. And he will pay for that in a big way. R7 just unable to snuff out Limit, changing their mind at the very last moment. Instead of taking a 2v1, they both get capped, and Movistar left with only one final survivor.
Let's see though if Movistar can go for that recovery. For Redhawks right now, they need to deal with Team Falcons. Going into the side of the map, we have Booyah United going against AG Global, and Moshi right now missing that shot. The timing was off, but the rest of the teams are ready for the push. Now, let's see if they will be able to end this in 10 seconds or less. There goes Wasana for the rush, but unfortunately, he receives the damage and needs to back away.
And Buriram, no eliminations at all. And AG Global wants to say, maybe you want some off of us, maybe. Wasana says, I'll gladly take it. Saifa M590 down onto the ground, but the pickup is not going to be impossible. Team SR there for the save. And runs straight in. Manages to find Jonah, gets the connection, deal with the follow-up. And the knockdown is going to get as well. And Fluxo finds Buriram. My goodness me. They get eliminated way too early, and AG Global will be smiling year to year. Now they can worry less about one squad challenging them for that #1 spot. But on the rotation, though, AG Global right beside Fluxo. This is dangerous.
Yeah, definitely dangerous, and they sense WAG near them, thus forcing one player to move away. It's Barros, as well as a takedown onto another from Fluxo. Now, one has been left behind, and hopefully he's very silent. Though we are in the latter part of the circle already, where it would hurt the HP. But if they can squeeze away a recovery, a revive, then AG Global can still be in it. But unfortunately, Team SR will be taken down with AC80 coming from Nolan, and WAG right now is on their way to deal with Barros, but Fluxo is also in the same area, so that would be another battle of East versus West just in Archway.
Fluxo now finding some connections, all thanks to WAG. And Fluxo outside of the circle, so this is going to be pressure time. Finding the rotation around. RHK finally taken out in the 8th spot, although they survive up to the 14th minute mark. Just have too many players in here, so even the placement points aren't going to be too great for Team Redhawks. But Fluxo right up against WAG, up close and personal, but X-Bob, phenomenal glue wall erected.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, glue wall still up, plus the glue UAV that fortifies those glue wall, and he's not down just yet. Unfortunately, T-Koi is already down, and WAG is left with only 2 players. Now, Fluxo is in the lead, and none of them is going down, and they might be able to take advantage of this area as well as the position on the high ground.
Fluxo's definitely looking for the #1 spot, and it is most definitely reachable. The East looking to save themselves. They need to get this Booyah to make sure as a whole the East wins this battle of Booyahs up against the West.
Oh, yeah.
But clearly the West has got just enough numbers and power. Oh, what a riptide rhythm! And the glue wall UAV coming out just in time just to give them a few seconds. And PE Sports from the East says, not for you, Fluxo. Out you go.
Yeah, GLW dealing with the final blow with help of PE Sports. Now, there's another team coming from the West that could take advantage. It seems solid, but they are dealing with Keroro right now. But Keroro can pull off a clutch, but unfortunately, Guaksa up close and personal with an AWM will take him down. 3 teams remaining. It is 2 from the East, 1 from the West. Team Solid can be that solid team if they can deal with PE Sports first before going in against the Wolves.
Oh, this is insane, man. I think Fluxo might have just been able to successfully secure that #1 spot for themselves because Team Solid was nowhere close to the #1 spot, and neither is PE or GOW. This is just a battle of the underdogs now for the points, and obviously Team Solid wants the most out of this, and they run outside of the circle to take the jump pad, but gets met by a couple of grenades, and Deanne finding the connection with the AC-80. Great play by GOW to snuff out Team Solid.
Oh, full squad, 9 elimination, and wiping out Team Solid. Now, it's Battle of Vietnam right here. A knockdown has been done by Nero with that AC-80 onto Rip. GOW hands in trouble. Pulls out that Steffi. No glue wall to say or to be used on that glue UAV, but they still have 3 strong players on their mids but unfortunately, they have an Overwatch for PE Sports that they need to watch out for.
Absolutely, man. PE Sports has got the numbers here. It's all about the maneuvering. Demon down on the ground, and the flank is perfect from Nolan. Finding Hans as well. PE capping the players of GOW, and in the battle of the Civil War, PE Sports secures their first Booyah of the day, which is going to launch them up towards the mid part of the overall leaderboard. But as for the question of the battle between East and West, if it is concerning the Booyahs, PE Sports just put the final nail on the coffin. East wins it out, but we still have to look at the overall leaderboard in a little bit to see how many teams do the West still keep in the top 6.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, before that Solara map started, all of the 4 teams from the West is on that board, on the top 6, and that just showed the quality of those teams. Despite of the less quantity, they still bring in the numbers. It might not be that consistent on being number 1, but they just know how to pick themselves up. But let's not take it away from PE Sports. LBT, Lauho, Nolan, Nero, as well as Jonah for that Booyah in that final game in day number 1.
Yeah, this is such a solid day, I have to say. I mean, not talking about Team Solid, but it's such a great day because we got to see so many of these teams go out there, play some really great games of Free Fire, and every single map has had a unique Booyah winner. And that is exactly why in the start of this global finals, on this number 1 day of the knockout stage itself, you've got so many of these teams stacked just beside each other on the overall leaderboard. I mean, they just need to reach their arm out and be able to touch the other squad, right? I mean, that's how close they are to each other because, and this is going to be a problem, all right? Champion rush condition activated for the grand finals. If it's going to be this close on that final day, Neptune, I'm going to have a headache, my friend.
Well, either headache or, I don't know, a happy spree.
It's either a headache or a heartache, okay? One of the two is going to ache.
but there's not more of a heartache that would be happening, not just for the casters. It's more of those in the comment section. That would be hard. That's difficult to get away from. Stomach ache. Imagine trying to hold that in while you're casting. The emotions, rather. I'm not.
I'm talking about the players, my friend. that's the bad thing, all right? I am paying it just before the broadcast. Might just mess you up if you're not used to it, but oh, goodness me. If there's anything I miss about Indonesia, it's the chili, man. It's the spice. But of course, we have got a lot to expect out of the competition. This has just been day 1 of the knockout stage. Neptune, we've got 5 more days to go. In total, these teams will play 4 out of the 6 knockout stage. They will play 24 games in total. And as far as A and C are concerned, the first 6 have now come to a perfect conclusion. Let's take a look at the game standings and see how much did teams like Fluxo and all manage to walk away with this matchup. Obviously, PE Sports 21 points right at the top, but Falcons with 21. My God, what a massive game for them.
Yeah, I mean, even before they head into Windmill, they had a lot of elimination already. They were just farming points. The rotation was just favoring them, wherein they can catch a lot of players off guard. Thus, even without getting into the very top, the top 3 to be exact, they will still take that second spot. But let's see, though, on what would be the result of the standings. Oh! What? AG Global still in there.
How? How is this possible? No Booyah, no problem, at least for the knockout stage. AG Global saving the face of the whole of the East by 1 point, making sure Fluxo does not sneak that away from them. Unbelievable. And GOW giving the East another boost by pushing Team Solid down to the 7th spot. I cannot believe we're looking at this. Movistar R7 pushed down to the 9th spot as well. Look at how close. Look at how close these points are, man. This is a crazy start to the global finals.
Well, it won't bother some of the teams jumping in onto the next day. But before we proceed anywhere else, let's take a look at team stats from PE Sports. It's quite different from what we often see in terms of skills. We have A124, we have Steffi, we have that Oscar as well as Kyler. But what is best for this team is how they just survive, the survivability factor that they have. Again, a double Olivia, Tiva on Nolan, and not only that, they have a double Susie. Just to make sure that if in case needed, they can bring their teammates back.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And I really like this. The combination of Olivia and Tiva is pretty much a instant pickup. You've got the Steffi on there as well. So I'm very sure Nolan, if possible, is going to be out in the hiding away from a lot of these engagements. But instead of that, even though he's the support player, even though he's tasked to get those those saves, he's getting the eliminations instead. But the damage, 3 out of the 4 players below 1k damage. This was the most concise Booyah we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, they're not too aggressive. In most instances that we see PE Sports, they're just hiding out of the compound. And the only difference this time around is they are aware of their surroundings compared to what we've seen earlier. Someone can sneak in and just clean house. Not this time. PE Sports managed to defend themselves and they stepped out in the perfect timing to take that Booyah. So I love the evolution coming from PE Sports. Hopefully continues, and hopefully the curse is broken after the day. This is the last game, and if the curse continues for tomorrow, they will be playing for tomorrow, that would be definitely not so good in terms of luck. But for MVP, it would be Nero. Not the skill, not the character, but the player from PE Sports.
It'll be sweeter if Nero played Nero, but...
Oh, yeah.
It's just not the way. Man gets the MVP, 1,350 on the damage, 4 assists in total, rocking the A124, disabling opponents before he reaches them, tossing in those nades as well with the assistance of Alvaro and Beaston, marking up players, all thanks to that AC80 and the Moko combination, getting those extra coins after eliminating those marked players as well. Nero has the perfect combo, but PE Sports overall is just not the most aggressive team out there. But as we take a look at the circle analysis, this was a pretty dragged out game. But at the beginning, we saw massive eliminations coming on through.
Yeah, I'm just watching out of PE Sports right now. From TV Tower, they head to Funfair, use that slide rail, get into Archway, and then just stick to the center of the circle. And looking at that, Team Solid has spent so many time just on the next compound, on the second compound next to PE Sports. And if they were not pushed away into the next phase or on the shift, the circle, they could have taken PE Sports right there. The patience, though, from PE Sports, from the Vietnamese scene is just pristine. And they ended up on the final 2 going against GOW.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a look at the highlights here as well to see if or not we can catch some of that action you just talked about in our updates here as well. We're kind of looking at some of the key moments, and Falcons up against the R7 squad early on just did not fare well for the LATAM team. And obviously, as Fluxo kind of circled on around towards the final ending bits of this matchup, it didn't fare them well as they got caught out on that rotation. A couple of time turners could have made the biggest of difference, but, you know, as luck would have it, they got eliminated. They were looking for the #1 spot, and all they needed was 2 more eliminations to do that.
Yeah, well, definitely a few more could have helped them. But going back, I mean, it's the end of the day right now. The final match is over. You did mention that it's a battle of the East and West. And by the end of that, so Lara, it could have thrown off the scale. But one thing that surprises me is it has pushed Team Solid and R7 down below the top 6. And we're back on the even plane.
You say even, but I say the East has won the battle, at least for day 1, when it's concerning East versus West. If we look at the number of Booyahs, the East has won it. If you look at the number of teams in the upper half of the overall leaderboard, in the top 6, 4 out of the 6 teams belongs to the East. The East wins that out as well. We saw some highlights of the overall elimination leaders earlier on. The East wins that out as well. Now, I'm not just saying that because I'm from the East, okay? I'm just don't shoot the messenger, all right? I'm just letting you guys. It is the case.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of numbers, in terms of quantity, there's more chances from the East because of the numbers that they have. But if you calculate this and averaging the amount of teams from the East and the West taking the top and the bottom, that's why I said it's even. Because two has been still on the top, and two of which is the bottom from those in the West. And the same story in your point, where in 4 coming from the West or from the East is on the top of the leaderboard. So it's just a reset of that scenario, but I guess there will be a little bit more of a interaction later on. But let's see on the Best Predator. This might be the tipping scale of who's taking the East and West battle. So how many of this? 1, 2, 3. All right. The West wins the Best Predator.
The West wins the Best Predator, and holy mama, MT7, I have to say, I am a big fan of his sniping capabilities. 18 eliminations, 11,000 on the damage in total. Cypher right there behind him, 17 for the guy. Pina, the clutch god of Falcons, managing to sneak in 15 eliminations. Games King with 13. Vitin equaling him with a 13 as well. Okay, so this is a great win for the West. As far as the Best Predators go, we have a little bit of a lean in onto the West as opposed to the East. Close, but not close enough. I'm very happy the West won this one.
There's a lot of factor right now when we talk about the East and West battle. And it's a good thing, and I thank everyone who thought about this, because it's a good thing, and as well as the results, both sides are just giving their all, making sure that it's not favoring one side or one region dominantly. There's a lot of factor that shows that the East is favored, and then in the Best Predator, the West is favored. So I'm loving storyline right now, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I mean, yes, we love the storyline, but what we love even more is how close this leaderboard is, right? These players, these teams are so close to each other. Down at the 9th spot, Movistar R7 has 61 points, and up at the top, AG Global only has 79 points. That's how close they are to each other. And you got to just love absolutely how close the competition is going to be for the rest of the days as well. And as for the team highlight, this is the best squad of the day. AG Global, 79 points, 43 eliminations, 25,578 on the total damage. But bro, no Booyah.
No problem. I mean, I'm loving the story, like what AG Global has done at this point. I mean, they did quite well in terms of elimination. Yes, they might not be the top because Team Falcons just had 1 point ahead of them in terms of elimination. But it's the consistency they have of being in either in the middle or the top of the board. The survivability that they have at this point is just different. And I'm, again, from Southeast Asia Fall up until the Global Finals, I'm loving this side of AG Global.
Yeah, and who is the MVP of this squad? We definitely need to know, because not a single time did we see an MVP highlight from AG Global, because they did not secure a single Booyah out there. But I'm very sure in each and every single match, there was that one key player that was doing a lot. As far as eliminations are concerned, Cypher definitely takes the cake. We just saw that highlight. Dew, with his sniping capabilities, was able to cripple many teams as they tried to shut down the rest of his team members. I think the rotations were really good. The split buddy play, the 2-2 combo split out of AG Global was just so delightful to watch, very entertaining. And what's surprising about this is not only was it entertaining, but it was extremely effective.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what AG Global is doing right now, the 2-2 combo, and then switching to the 3-1 if needed, if in case Dew would be in a better angle. And we know how it is in a sniper like Dew. He is a veteran in that role. And this is what makes AG Global something to look forward to. But as you called it, the MVP of the day, 17 elimination, 8,345 on the damage. He is AG Global Cypher, and I'm quite sure if that is right, but Wukong on an active scale.
I couldn't hold myself back. We even have Kelly back in here, baby. Let's go. So, okay, this is Cypher just teasing us, right? But obviously, M590, monstrous plays, 8,345 on the damage in total. And he's not even the sniper of the squad, right? Just meeting people halfway, up close and personal with the shotgun. And he was just more than accurate, very effective in the CQC battles. And we've been waiting for the awakening of Dew and Cypher. We were expecting Cypher to give more backup to Dew, and he's doing more than just the backup providing this time around. He's really carrying the squad overall through those eliminations.
Yeah, well, we're going to have an interview right now. Let's bring it over to AG Global and our host for this interview.
Team of the day, AG and Booyah! Hello everyone, I'm Yusul and right next to me is AG. Today we have Cypher and Dew and our host Conchita as well. So let's have a little chit chat with them. Alright then, how do you guys feel that without any Booyah but still make it to the team of the day?
ตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เราไม่ได้บูย่าเลยแต่ว่าเรายังได้ Team of the Day
ก็ดีใจครับพยายามจะบูย่าแต่ว่ามันไม่ได้ครับท้ายวงมันไม่เป็นใจครับก็เลยเล่นประคองอันดับประมาณ 10-15 อะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
I feel very happy. Actually, we aimed for the Booyah, but we didn't get it because of the circle just run away from us. So we try to play consistency and try to be top 5 at least.
I understand. So okay, for our second questions. So we just move into our new OB, which is the OB51. So for Dew, how do you think about this meta currently, especially for the red zone? Because I can see that so many people are being struggling with it. But do you enjoy it, or you have any new tactics with it?
ตอนนี้เขาพูดถึงว่าเรากำลังแข่งใน OB 51 ซึ่งตอนนี้มันเพิ่ม red zone นั้นเข้ามาแล้วก็เห็นหลายทีมค่อนข้างจะแบบมีปัญหากับวงเนี้ยดิวรู้สึกยังไงกับวงนั้นบ้างสนุกไหมหรือว่าไม่ชอบเลย
ก็ชอบครับเพราะว่าเราเก็บไว้แล้วก็รอปล่อยตอนท้ายเกมครับจะได้มีดาเมจครับจะได้เพื่อนไม่ด่าครับเพราะว่ามีดาเมจอยู่พูดดังๆถ้าแบบว่ามีเลสโซนก็เก็บไว้เล่นปล่อยตอนท้ายวงครับเพื่อนจะได้ไม่ด่าครับเพราะว่าผมมีดาเมจครับ
So I try to avoid the red zone and play at the last circle so I don't cause trouble and friend don't score at me.
Alright, but overall he still very enjoy this new OB, right? Thank you, do a lot. Okay, Conchita, what do you feel about this?
I'm actually just curious, seeing that you guys are going to play again tomorrow when going against the Indonesian team. Is there anything you'd like to say to RRQ Kazu or EVOS Divine? Because we all know that you guys have been very, very consistent today. พรุ่งนี้ทีมเราจะต้องเล่นแล้วก็จะต้องเจอกับทีมอินโดมีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงโดยเฉพาะ RRQ Kazu กับ EVOS Divine ไหม
ก็สู้ๆครับวันนี้ผมที่1พวกนี้พี่เขาเอาที่1ตามพวกผมมานะครับ
Fighting guys, because today we are team of the day, so tomorrow maybe you can do it as well. That's nice actually. I was expecting something a bit more spicy perhaps.
I think Dew can give the spicy one.
Will you say anything, Dew? Is there anything you'd like to say to your fellow Indonesian teams? ดิวขออีกรอบขอเมื่อกี้คำถามเดียวกันว่ามีอะไรฝากถึง RRQ กับ EVOS ไหมขอแซ่บ
ๆฝากถึง RRQ กับ EVOS นะครับทำคะแนนให้เยอะกว่าพวกผมไม่ได้นะครับเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้ผมจะเอา200คะแนนครับเพราะว่าผมกับสายฟ้าลั่นครับเดี๋ยวให้บาลอกับชี้น้อยเป็นเด็กเดินครับ
To RRQ and EVOS tomorrow I hope you guys get a lot of score because we're gonna make it 200. Ooh, now that's what I'm talking about. That is exactly what we waited for. Thank you so much, AG. Congratulations once again. And now we're going to go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Before the start of the day, there was a question about the reinvigorated AG Global, right? They had the veteran Dew. They had taken away the in-game leader role away from him. They gave it over to Barros. We had questions like, is this the right decision? It wasn't the right decision. It was the best decision. And now with the youngsters on the squad, they have literally soared up to the top But of course, just by 1 point, Fluxo is just hot on their heels, waiting to take it back. I'm very sure the Brazilian squad is not very happy, but at least this is not the grand finals just yet, Neb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it's one thing, Fluxo will not be left behind by AG Global because they are part of the same group. But in a bit, we're going to see the overall standings, a little bit of review of what happened, as well as a recap to prove the point of the East and West battle that we keep talking about earlier. So let's bring it on to the screen right now. AG Global, as you did mention, I mean, the top two, 79, 78. Fluxo very close in there to catch up, but Team Falcons as well as Heavy is very close as well. But you know how it is.
Yep.
Some of the teams like E1 Sports, E1 Sports, Movistar R7, the comeback that they have done from the beginning of this game, especially Movistar R7.
I mean, no doubt at all. I think Movistar R7 has managed to climb up quite a little bit, but what's missing from the equation is still that Booyah, right? And this is something that we're going to have to really focus in on for a lot of these squads, because no Booyah, no problem is only a statement you can take during the knockout stage. On the grand finals, when you have got a situation where Champion Rush has been activated, you can pick up all the points you want, but if you cannot get into the final circle and nail that Booyah, you will not be champion, and that would really be unfortunate then.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully that's something that they can work on for the remaining 5 days of knockout stage if they are playing. And you know, the rotation of the groups that we have, and it was mentioned earlier during the interview that there will be 7 teams that will be reintroduced by tomorrow. So most of them are coming from Indonesia. There's a question from AG Global on how they will be dealing with Indonesia right now.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. You know, and also we had a little bit of pressure from the Room of Pressure, interviews earlier on. We talked about the clash of the regions. We talked about East versus West. We hyped up, this whole battle between the East and West quite a lot. And you guys just kind of saw the overall leaderboard as well as to how the East has managed to maintain a little bit of dominance. But when it comes to the eliminations, though, the West still is in there with a lot of aggression, and this is the little form of factor that can make a huge difference in the grand finals. You can kind of climb up the leaderboard, but it is those eliminations, those spoilers that the West can play in some of these crucial moments that can really throw the East off of their rockers. And that's exactly how Brazil has won 2 back-to-back world titles. This is their main game plan. Don't show up strong during the knockout stage and shock the world on the grand finals. I'm a little nervous for the East overall.
Yeah, I mean, the first time we saw that strategy was from Team Falcons. They used it on EWC, but they didn't pull it off on the global finals. So let's see if that's something that they can change or turn around, especially if they are representing the East, but the West is doing it quite well. And we will have a little bit of a Room of Pressure interview right now for Conchita. So let's bring it over to our host and hear what they have to say.
Survivors, we're back here in the Room of Pressure, but this time I'm here with Najat from Red Hawks. Hi Najat, how's it going?
আমাদের ম্যাচ মোটামুটি গেছে কেমন আছেন আমি ভালো আছি আপনি কেমন আছেন
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you guys?
Okay, so let's just get into the questions that obviously all of your supporters have been asking on the comment section. Can you walk us through what are the difficulties today for Red Hawks? Because it's pretty obvious to see that you guys were having a bit of a hard time, even though we know that this isn't your first international stage. So what exactly went wrong?
আজকে আসলে কি রং হয়েছে, যেহেতু এত এক্সপেকটেশন আছে সবার প্রতি, আপনাদের প্রতি, আসলে কোথায় রং হয়েছে, কোথায় ডিফিকাল্টিস গুলো ফেস করেছেন, যদি একটু শর্টে বলতেন।
ওইভাবে যদি বলতে যাই যে এটা আমাদের ওয়ার্ম আপ টাইপ ছিল, এটা ছিল আমাদের ফার্স্ট ডে, তো আমরা আসলে খেলাটা বুঝলাম যে আসলে লবিতে কি চলতেছে, তো ওই অনুযায়ী আমরা আমাদের সেকেন্ড ডের প্রিপারেশন নিব।
Okay, so this was the first day, so it was kind of a learning day for us. We have understood how the teams are playing, how the matches are going to happen. So we will be planning accordingly tomorrow, and let's hope for the best.
So today was a bit more like a warm-up for Red Hawks then?
Yes.
Okay, last question. We all know that Red Hawks have such an amazing fans. You guys have a great supporter. Do you think that this result today is something that you want to apologize to them for, or is it just something that you need to learn from and be better the next time?
আপনার কি প্লেয়ারদের কাছে বা দর্শকদের কাছে একটা ক্ষমাসূচক কিছু করা উচিত, নাকি মনে হয় যে না এটা থেকে আমরা আর ভালো কিছু করবো, একটা প্রমিসিং কিছু আপনি মানুষকে জানাবেন?
আমি আমাদের অডিয়েন্সকে বলতে চাই যে আমাদের জন্য দোয়া করবেন, ভরসা রাখবেন, আমরা এবার আসলেই একটা ভালো কিছু করে দেখাবো ইনশাআল্লাহ।
So I'll just ask my teams, ask my country, ask my supporters to pray for us, support us. This time we'll be hoping to do something good.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Najat. Good luck on your next match day. But now we're going to go back to the casters. What do you think, casters? Take it away.
Thank you very much, Conchita Caroline, as well as Nejad and Red Hawks right now. Well, from their mouth himself, from Nejad's mouth, he is treating this as a warm-up, a way to study their opponent, and hopefully the case is it. Otherwise, a lot of fans would be disappointed, AJ.
That I don't know, Nejad. You call that a warm-up, brother, but I did not see any hands getting warm on the side of Red Hawks. I want to see more out of the squad for sure, but I didn't have that. But of course, we're gonna take the statement of this first day being a warm-up for Red Hawks with a bowl of salt for sure, but I hope they are telling the truth, because I do want to see a little bit more out of the Bangladeshi squad. But it's not the only team from Bangladesh that we have in here. We've got the Red Hawks and we've got the Red Clips, right? Both of them really like the color red. I'm not too sure why, but they might be seeing a lot of red by the end of the day if they don't step it up then.
Yeah, let's see now. But right now, this is the end of our matches, the end of the day for knockout, day 1 of knockout stage, and there's a lot more that will be seen. 3 days in 1 week, and there's 2 weeks of knockout stage. So once again, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Mustachio AJ. We were casters for today. We're going to see you again tomorrow. So see you.
Now. Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now.
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it. Got it, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now. Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. This shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, 2 things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now. Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush scouts, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same?